live across the SEN track and RSN networks. And broadcasting live on racing.com. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Yes, good morning. This is Giddy Up on this Thursday, the 16th of October. It's a big hello to you listening, wherever you may be listening, on your local SEN track or RSN dials, the SEN app and the brand new RSN app as well. You can download the new RSN app as well. It's your one-stop shop for all of your needs when it comes to racing, especially in this time of the year. And it's a big hello to you watching on racing.com. Massive show coming your way on this Thursday. Really looking forward to it. We'll be catching up with Kieran Maher, Calvin McAvoy, JD Hayes, Peter Snowden, Tommy Stokes, Emily Brown, and also Joe Pride, Michael Hawkes, Michael Friedman for Giddy Up Stable Mail. So that is some lineup there for the first bit of the show. Gator will join us, David Gately for Gator's Game Plan just after 9:30. Looking forward to that. We'll find you some winners with bag of tips. And then in the final hour, Miles Fitzner and Mitchie Lewis will join me for the Form Lounge. We'll also preview, of course, a big night of greyhound racing on Saturday night in New South Wales. It's their biggest night of the year. It's the $1 Million Chase, and Steve Griffin, the CEO of Greyhound Racing New South Wales, will also join us. Giddy Up brought to you by Bet365, because it's never ordinary when it's brought to you by Bet365. Imagine what you could be buying instead for free and confidential support. Visit gamblinghelponline.org.au. And the Sportsbet Caulfield Cup this Saturday, tickets are just $60 at Ticket Tech. It's 8:01. Let's get stuck into Giddy Up Stable Mail this Thursday morning.
Now on Giddy Up, it's time for Stable Mail.
And you can join our conversation anytime you want, 0499 736 736. Kieran Maher is the first guest on the line on this Thursday morning. G'day, Kieran. Thanks for your time, mate.
G'day, Gareth.
Been a busy week, but we'll start with your runners in the Caulfield Cup. It's a big week for your stable, of course. And Sadozi, you put the blinkers on her for this year's Caulfield Cup. Harry Coffey and yourself looking to win another one, going back-to-back here. Can she win, Sardozi?
Well, I thought she's last two, she's just been okay. She hasn't really touched the bridle. And last year she was, if you remember, James ran her in the Caulfield Cup and then ran in the Empire Rose and then to the Melbourne Cup just so she wouldn't overdo it in the Melbourne Cup. And but she's been pretty sort of lackluster. She was good first up, and then her next two she's just sort of been a little bit going through the motions. So back to handicap conditions suit, 1.5-mile suit, and I just thought we need to find a little bit of focus. So pop the shades on track work, and hopefully that's the little tinker that she needed.
If Middle Earth jumps, can he win a Caulfield Cup from that gate?
He definitely can. He's definitely got the quality. This has been his target for quite a while, and he's drawn well. He was a bit tardy away last start, so Mark's obviously aware of that, and I like the fact that Mark sort of stayed with him all the way through. So this has been his target. We've never had him at 1.5 miles, and I think he will go to another level.
If he jumps, do you think he can settle nice and close?
Definitely.
Yeah. And then your wonderful colleague, your bloodstock man, Will Bourne, who's been a revelation since he's joined the team here on Giddy Up on a Wednesday morning. He was bullish about Royal Supremacy for Robbie Dole on the Metrop winner with 52.5 on his back. Do you share his confidence?
Yeah, the horse is just thriving. He come through that run in great order. He was very strong through the line. I don't think Robbie could pull him up at the 50 kilos. So he'll be a bit stronger. Ride him in at 52, and the horse has travelled down. He's worked, and he's ready to run as well or better. Can
you split your three?
Well, Zardozi needs to find a little bit.
Yep.
So that's why I've gone with the shades. Middle Earth and Supremacy, I don't think there's much between them. If Middle Earth behaves himself and does everything right, he's got a lot of quality, and Supremacy's in the best form.
You got some nice chances throughout the day there at Caulfield. In the first race, Kaleo and Icarian Dream, are they both each way chances?
Icarian up to the 14, really like that. She's a quality filly, and Kaleo, his couple of trials were a bit lacklustre, and then he trialled well there. Work's been good since. So, probably Icarian would be the one I'd go with there.
We'll go to the Gothic Stakes. Ripley and Star Trip both need to step up, but do you think they've got the ability to be competitive against a horse like Ten Tyrus?
Yeah, definitely. The form out of Ripley's race is strong. We've always had an opinion of him. He never really did what I thought he would the first prep, and this prep he's that's sort of more what we expected from him the last prep. So drawn well, he'll improve off his first start. And Star Trip, his 2 runs have been super. He will relish going to the 1200. His last run he was closed very well on a hot speed, and both very progressive colts.
What about High to Buy in the Alini Stakes with B. Shin aboard from Gate 2?
Yeah, been up a while, but God, she's honest, that mare. So drawn well, puts herself on speed, and she'll be thereabouts.
Do we get to see Nadal at the races, or is it just a wait and see?
Probably not.
No, yeah.
He's waiting for a rainy day, which proving exactly that.
We can't wait to see him at the races. We might have to wait for a little while, but hopefully that day will come shortly. Is that difficult to train a horse when you got to wait for the right conditions? And I don't know, how do you?
Well, he's a horse that's he's got a lot of ability, and he's had some leg issues over the time. We want to just make sure things are right when he goes. So I think he is going very well.
Yeah.
They've been running records and in both states really. Tracks have been firm, and there hasn't been a lot of rain about, so no surprise, but we'll just wait. It'll turn eventually.
And then you've got Cherish Me and Salty Pearl in the Group 1000 Guineas, both at a price.
Salty Pearl's been super. I think the favourite is extremely hard to beat, but Salty's, if you take the favourite out, she's been mixing it, going over the line within sort of a neck or a head. We put the shades on her. Ben Allen's got a good association. He galloped her in the shades and thought she was a little bit sharper, so we've popped those on. And Cherish Me, nothing went right last start. Barrier 1, the mile will be no problem at all. And, she's, if you take out the last run, she's a better horse than Salty Pearl. So, but as I said, I think the favourite will be able to beat.
Can Warnie win the Moonga Stakes over 1,400 metres from Gate 2?
That's a pretty good addition of the
It
Moonga.
is, isn't it? Private eyes there.
Yeah, it's strong. Like he's going well, Warnie.
Yeah.
And draws ideal. Things need to go right for him, but he's thereabouts.
Let's go to the Everest. Jimmy Starr, what did you make of Gate 11?
I was hoping for better.
Yeah. How does he win this race now, Karen?
Well, nothing really changes.
No.
He needs to be within striking distance. He's going to run home in 32.
Yeah.
Low 32s. But, he needs to be within sort of 4 lengths straightening up. So he'd probably most likely have to cover some ground.
Yeah.
But, his prep's just gone very smoothly. And I think he's ready to peak. So, it's going to be a tough race, obviously, but both him and his jock are in very good form.
And it's a tactical ride for Ethan Brown, as you point out. So he needs to make his move at some stage so he's within 4 lengths of, say, Carling Rising without using too much petrol, if you know what I mean.
Well, I just don't think you worry about that. You know, you just got to, you know, there's no good running home when the race is over.
Yeah. What about tempted?
But you never know.
Yeah.
They could be they could overcook it. But you know, Marzu and Kai Ying and the likes and the likes. But whatever happens, I think he will run well.
Marzu was a good addition, I reckon, for Jimmy Starr into that race at the start of the week. And then you've got the filly Tempted. She's the only 3-year-old in the race. Were you happy with gate 1 with her?
I'm much happier than gate 11.
Yeah. Can she win?
Well, I think she's in a very good spot. I think she's in similar form to when she was going into the Run to the Roses first up. Got a nice gap between runs. She's had that 1,400-metre run. And the prep has gone smooth. I think gate 1's ideal because she can bounce and land and travel on a good speed. And she's got that massive weight drop, which, you know, on weights and measures and figures, if she can run, you know, to what she did first up with that weight drop, you know, she has to be thereabouts.
You've delivered some great training performances throughout your illustrious career, but this could be your greatest if you can get Pride of Jenny to bounce back after retirement and to win a King Charles. Can she do it, Kieran?
Well, I think she can. I think, you know, it's a very similar sort of field to last year. You've got your Bang Girls, Shea Wolves, you know, and she's probably in as good a form as any, as ever. Yeah. So she's just arrived, I think she's ready to. I think she's really ready to run a race.
I think the key to her is that it doesn't look like there's going to be too much pressure on her anyway to fight for the lead, Kieran, which is always a good sign for Pride of Jenny.
Yeah, I think, you know, she just gets a little bit better and matures a little bit more each prep. Like you see at the Valley, she, you know, she didn't have to. She wasn't actually reaping and tearing. She was just happy to sit there the first couple of furlongs.
Yeah.
And that in turn, you know, it was her strongest 600 I think she's done, you know. Final 600. So, they'll know she's there on Saturday, that's for sure.
That is exciting. Wycliffe, can he run a big race at a price in the St. Ledger?
Well, if you look at his form, Wycliffe, it's almost identical to last year.
Yeah.
So we ran well in Newcastle. He's run near identical. He had nowhere to go in the Metropolitan.
Yeah.
And finished on the bridle and finished in the same position that he did last year. And then he came to this race and ran a blinder and second. So I can't fault him at all. I think he's over the odds.
And Vivier, does she go to the Angst or is she in the Big Dad's wild card?
Wild card.
Yeah.
So
big chance there.
Well, she's similar prep to last year again. You know, she ran huge in the Big Dance. She ran second to Gringotts and, you know, her run the other day was very good. And, she'll be thereabouts for sure.
This time last year, you're winning a Caulfield Cup at an Everest. Can you do it again, Kieran? It would be great. Anyway, are they any of those horses in those big races part of your $100 staking plan this weekend?
Yeah, last year was pretty special. I was just talking to Tony, and I said we just need to change one one thing from last year, and that's to get Jenny into the first place instead of the second place.
It would just made that day would have just been complete. And like poor old Jenny, I reckon that was nearly her greatest run in last year's race. She went off the charts, really, didn't she, in the King Charles?
Yeah, she did. Yeah, she did. She ran huge.
Yeah.
So
the $100.
Oh, the $100. The $100. I'm going to go 50 Middle Earth.
Race 9, number 3, Caulfield Cup.
And 50 Jenny.
Love it. Pride of Jenny in the King Charles. Hey, we wish you the best of luck, mate. We appreciate your time. I know it's been such a busy week for you, and especially on a Thursday ahead of such a big day. We do appreciate you coming on and spending 15 minutes with us. Good luck on the weekend, and let's hope you can do it again.
Looks like a ripping day's racing in both states, so rapt to be having horses of that calibre in those races, and really looking forward to the weekend. Should be a ripper.
Yep, you go and get it, mate. Appreciate your time.
Cheers.
There's Kira Ma there, 16 minutes past 8. So I love the confidence there with Jenny. $50 straight out of Pride of Jenny in the King Charles and Middle Earth to run a big race there in that Caulfield Cup for Mark Sarah, around the $20 there with Bet365. Time for a quick break. On the other side of it, JD Hayes isn't far away, and also Kelvin McAvoy.
What are you really gambling with? For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
Stop what you're doing and look at this.
If you aren't with Bet365, this might change your mind.
That's right. Bet365 has a boost on every race, every day. All your racing action, all in one place.
Download the app, check out their boosts, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
Its graduates won 10 Group 1 races last season. It's in a league of its own for 2-year-old sales worldwide.
Antino, 6 lengths.
It delivers dream results time and again. It is NZB's Ready to Run sale. And if you like to win, it's the sale for you. It's at Karaka on the 12th and 13th of November, and packed with the same calibre of 2-year-olds that has earned this sale its phenomenal reputation. See you there, NZB, where winning begins.
Boom.
It's spring's grand showdown at Caulfield, where the stars will collide for one iconic trophy.
Might and Power has gapped them in the Caulfield Cup.
It all comes down to this: 2,400 metres to etch your name in Cup folklore.
Without a fight for the Caulfield Cup.
Racing's biggest rivals, one legendary race. This Saturday, one will stand tall.
Duke to send the Harry Cup. This is your moment.
It's the Caulfield Cup, live on racing.com.
Live across the SEN track and RSN networks. And broadcasting live on racing.com. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up this Thursday morning. This is Giddy Up Stable Mail, as always, to kick off our Thursdays. It's great to have your company wherever you may be listening on your local SEN track or RSN dials. We're going to around 42 stations right throughout Victoria as well on RSN. Also, the new RSN app, the SEN app. You can stream live every day to watch us as well on the SEN app, our Facebook page and YouTube channel. And as always, on a Thursday and Friday, it's great to have your company on racing.com. Let's catch up with one of the brightest young stars in the sport of racing, Kelvin McAvoy, who could be in for his biggest day on Saturday when he settles up, along with his father, of course, Tony McAvoy, the favourite in this year's Caulfield Cup in half yours. Kelvin, good morning to you. Welcome to Giddy Up.
Good morning, Gareth. How are you going?
Good, thank you. You've had 24 hours basically to dissect that barrier draw for the Caulfield Cup. You happy with yours?
Yeah, definitely. No, I really am. I think drawn inside. You know, if you can begin well, it's probably the best barrier. If you don't begin well, it could be the worst barrier. But our horse has shown that he can hold a position over these sort of trips, and we're very comfortable, very happy with the barrier too.
It's been a great training performance because you've been able to keep this horse up for a little while with breaks in between his races, of course. We saw him during the winter in Queensland, then you went to Sydney, then you came to Melbourne. You had to perform well to win a naturalism to book your place into a Caulfield Cup. He must be a great horse as well to cope with all of that.
He really is. Yeah, he's a very straightforward horse to train. He's a sound horse, clean-winded, naturally fit horse. And I think that's probably why he's been able to stay up for so long and perform well, space his runs. We don't really need to, you don't need to hammer him at home. His runs bring him on, and he's naturally. He's got what I don't have, and that's natural athleticism.
Is this the race that obviously he's had some great performances in the past, and as I said, you had to get him ready for a naturalism to qualify for these races. But looking at that Turnbull, it was just the perfect set up for a race like a Caulfield Cup with him. So is there much improvement in him? Did you leave a little bit in the tank for Saturday's Caulfield Cup?
Yeah, look, I think we did. But I think the important thing is the improvement's going to come now that he's out to 1.5 miles.
Yeah.
We feel that he's going to be at his best at 1.5 miles and maybe even further. So I think naturally out to that trip, he's fit, he's healthy. I don't think there's any issues at all. I think he's really going to bounce and run a peak performance on Saturday.
How are you feeling?
I feel good.
Yeah,
I feel good. It's exciting for the whole team. There's a lot that goes into, I suppose, getting here, and our whole team, is feeling the excitement, and it's there's a lot of media and things to do, but I suppose the way to look at it is it's a bit of a privilege.
Yeah.
It's exciting, and if the horse wasn't in our care, he'd be in another stable. So for that reason, I'm feeling very good.
Yeah, this is why you do it for. And even I love your social media content that you've been providing on your social media platforms, McAvoy Racing, and even your old man stopping to watch a barrier draw with this horse. So that's how important he is.
It is. My old man, he came very close to winning a Caulfield Cup in the early 2000s with Fields of Omar. He ran second to Northerly, and you can only imagine, going down by such a fine margin in a race like that. I've never been in that position before, but yeah, he's up and about. He's excited, and let's hope that our horse is good enough on the day we feel that he is the right horse, and it'd be amazing for our whole team and our ownership. But I think everyone would feel it,
Yeah, and I reckon the best part about this story as well is that, and Will Bourne's mentioned this a few times on this show, is that Kira Ma tried to buy this horse back, and then your stable, along with you had to be brave enough to pay good money for a horse like this and then get the job done with him. And I guess you've exceeded expectations in a way as well now.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Like, I was thinking about it last night. I don't know if we'd ever, but even now again, if I had my time again, I don't know if we'd go that hard for him. But I suppose, and Ryan Moore, our racing manager, he's got such a sharp brain, and we've got a bit of a thing, when we buy tried horses, whether they're from New Zealand or what have you, Dad and I both are happy to back Ryan if he thinks that he can sell one. And it's not even his job to really do the selling, but he's got a great association with our clients. And, he's got a sharp eye. And we had to go pretty hard. And we got there. And Dad, knowing him and how he is at the sales, once it got up to that higher range and he was... we were sort of back and forth. He was pretty happy to put his hand up again. So no, it was fantastic. You
got to take risks. You got to be brave, and that's what you did when you bought that horse. You could win a Caulfield Cup. So yeah, it's a great story with half yours. So that's him in the Caulfield Cup. Options. He goes around that classic over the 2,000 metres. Do you think what do you make of Gate 8 around Caulfield there?
I don't love it.
No.
I don't love it, but he's a horse that doesn't really hold a position. He sort of flops out the barriers, and he's got the sort of tendencies that should make him a nice Derby horse. But I you want horses to begin cleanly and give themselves an opportunity to be a little bit closer. There doesn't look much speed. Our plan was always to go to the Vars at Moonee Valley.
Okay.
Was always the plan, and it looked a small field. We elected to accept. I know that Observer, the other Godolphin horse of Mars, is likely going to be heading to the Vars. But look, our target is the Derby, so this is another prep run. I think we'll run him. He worked nicely this morning. He looks great. At the moment, leaning towards running him, but there's also the option to wait for next week and run him on the backup.
Arabian Summer was unlucky there the other day. Can she win from gate 8 over 1,000 metres with Harry aboard?
I think she can. I think she's going very well, this mare. And look, she was stiff the other day, and I don't. My heart of hearts tells me she wouldn't have beaten Giga Kick. I think he returned to his form, but she would have run a nice second. She probably would have led him into it, and she would have ran second in a Group 2. We'll all be up and about. So important for these mares, especially with a pedigree like hers. So Harry just zigged when he should have zagged. It was unfortunate, a train wreck to watch, but hopefully she gets her redemption on Saturday.
Was that an easy decision then to back her up?
It was an easy decision watching her through the week. She went to the beach yesterday morning, and she looks amazing. So we just had her in the Ilingi 1100. We had her in the Caulfield Sprint over the 1,000, and she was going to have to carry 59 against the mares in the Ilingi, and she's not overly big, so hopefully we've made the right call. The
former South Aussie filly in Steel Trap, she didn't handle the straight, or something went wrong down the straight first up for your stable. Confidence-boosting victory there the other day on a Wednesday. Is she good enough to be competitive in a Group 1,000 guineas now?
I don't think she can win the 1,000 guineas against a horse like Apocalyptic. I'd be very surprised. She's a very nice filly and a hard one to get a guide on because she's very laid back in her work. She's got a beautiful action, and the action that she will just love 2,000 metres. So being a group winner, there's nowhere you can really hide now. So I thought we'd run her here, and the Wakeful's a really nice target for her. And she might be some sort of Oaks filly, a South Australian Oaks, potentially next autumn. Maybe the Oaks this year as well, but I think the Wakeful's her real target this spring.
We don't like to get knocked out of the quaddie on Caulfield Cup Day, so should we be putting Bossy Nick in our quaddies?
Yes, I think you should, because she's a good quality mare, and it's going to be firm ground by the end of the day.
Yep.
I'd love if there was some juice around for her. I couldn't tell you the last time she's ran on a soft track. She's been the most unlucky wet tracker going around. But look, she's performed nicely up in Sydney on those good tracks. Work's been good. Can't fault her. Looks great. 1,400. Yeah. So I wouldn't leave her out for sure.
Okay. GT and Talent Scout go to Adelaide on Saturday. GT was unlucky the other day.
She was. It was a shocking race, that, wasn't it? We won't talk about that. But anyway, she's a nice filly. She's got a nice pedigree. Won well 2 starts back. We're chasing Black Type, and she's certainly in with the chance. I've always thought she was a better horse than Talent Scout, and I probably stand by that. The market's got him the other way around. He won impressively at Matoa, but I'd be leaning towards GT.
It was our no, or it was one of our no's, I reckon, the other day, GT. What about your $100 staking plan this weekend? Surely, Kelvin, surely.
Yeah. $100, half yours on the nose.
I love it. Hey, good luck, mate. You go and live that dream and win a Caulfield Cup. We appreciate your time as always.
Thank you, Gareth.
There's Calvin McAvoy. We'll take a break. JD Hayes to join us next.
What are you really gambling with? For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
Picking a winner is no sure thing this spring carnival. Leaders can miss the jump. You might get pipped in a photo finish. And conditions don't always suit. But with Sportsbet's more places, you don't have to pick the winner. Select horses to finish anywhere in the top half of the field for better value. More places from Sportsbet.
You win some, you lose more. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. You're helping Australian families and communities thrive now and into the future. With every purchase, you support local workers, manufacturers and growers who produce world-class products renowned for their quality, safety and reliability. So look for the logo the nation trusts and buy Australian.
Son of Dundeel, just like Castlevecchio and Super Seth. Dominant in the Group 2 Hobartville Stakes, winning the Group 1 Randwick Guineas in tough fashion, sitting 3 wide with no cover for the entire journey, and brilliantly winning the Group 1 Doncaster Handicap as a 3-year-old. He stands for $27,500 in his inaugural season at Woodside Park Stud.
I punt with Ladbrokes because it's fast. Even faster than a race caller talks.
And it's Machacho coming around the outside with Little Lassie a length behind. Cheeseburger with spicy sauce on the side. Hold the onions, double the pickles. I'll get some large fries. May you live a long and happy life together.
Ladbrokes has levelled up so you can find, place and track bets with them faster than ever before.
Oh, you good thing, oh, you good thing.
Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
Live across the SEN track and RSN networks. And broadcasting live on racing.com. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
It's great to have your company on Giddy Up on this Thursday morning. What a time of the year. It's the biggest day in racing from a Saturday perspective. Of course, we've still got the Melbourne Cup week, but Caulfield Cup Day in Everest in Sydney, it doesn't get any better. And Lindsay Park will play a major part in both cities there on Saturday, and they are just dominating the 2-year-old races as well. You've got Gai Waterhouse and Adrian Bott in Sydney, and these days you've got Lindsay Park, because the first 2-year-old races in the city in Victoria this year have been taken out by Lindsay Park. In fact, they quineled the debutante stakes there yesterday. And JD Hayes joins us on this Thursday morning. Good morning to you, JD. We did have JD there. You there, mate?
Yeah, you got me? Hello.
Yeah, loud and clear, mate. Bloody Johnny.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Bloody Johnny O'Neill didn't tip his 2-year-old yesterday on Monday.
Yeah, no, kept it very quiet, but it was good to see her do that.
Yeah.
She really improved with the winkers on and did tremendous out of the last trial. So she's a pretty valuable little commodity now, with being well related to a Group 1 winner. And it was good to get a win for the Stallion Sort of State too for Cambridge over there. So it was a lot of happy campers after yesterday.
He's doing a great job, that Stallion there in New Zealand Sort of State. So, yeah, that was a big result there for Cambridge. Let's have a look at your runners. We'll start with Caulfield. Can you cause an upset in a Caulfield Cup with Banker's Choice and Plymouth?
I think so. Look,
you serious, JD?
Handicap conditions. We've got some pretty wide draws to contend with, but they do like to put themselves into the race. So we'll be taking our chances. We've got rock hard fit horses and looking forward to the competition. I think the McAvoy horse is going to be very hard to beat, but I'm pretty happy with our 2 horses.
All right, then Plymouth 2,400 metres, is that a concern? You got the blinkers off?
No, I thought he ran it pretty strong last week, even though he got headed. The horse came back and beat him, but Jamie felt like he just hit the front and waited for him, which he actually did do in Benalla.
Yeah.
So we've just put visors on so you can see them coming at ever so subtle gear change. It hopefully works wonders.
And Banker's Choice looked like he worked nicely at Seymour there on Sunday.
We've really poured the work into him.
Yeah.
He'd have an 8-pack if he was a human. He's that fit, and he really is. He's going to appreciate the weight swing, but he is a bolter's odds. But weirder things have happened.
Are you happy with Bakash in the first race? He does look tough to beat.
I think Bakash will be our best of the day.
Okay, that's all we need to know. What about Aleppo Pine in the 4th race for Godolphin?
Good last start winner, a bit of a tricky draw, but he's got some quality. It'd be interesting to see him out to 1,200 again. We obviously ran him 12 this preparation, but we went at a breakneck speed, overcoming a wide barrier, whereas if we ride him in a more negative fashion, he might get it stronger. But he's in with a chance for sure.
in the Alinghi Stakes, the first starter for your stable in the Godolphin colours is Photograph. She can be pretty good on her day, this daughter of Blue Point. I remember talking to James about her last year. He reckons she'll get better as she goes on in her race career. What signs has she showed you at home?
She's trialled up super. She's got plenty of ability, that's for sure. She's not very in well at the weights and the rating just at this point in her career. So we'll talk to Team Godolphin and see whether we're going to be patient and wait for a race on Bendigo Cup Day, or we chance our hand here at Alinghi from the good draw in the Alinghi. The good
so
draw.
wherever she starts, she'll be hard to beat?
I think so. I think she's got plenty of quality.
Pisanello's first up as well for your stable, former James Cummings runner when he was at Godolphin. He's trialled nicely as well.
He's trialled up super. He's he's got serious quality about him. Wish he drew an alley because then we'd be a lot more confident. But got a good jockey on board, and the horse is airborne, and I think he's going to sprint well fresh.
One of the great cameramen on the news circuit is Damo from Channel 7, JD. And I saw him on Tuesday morning when he was doing the rounds there at Caulfield for the track work there, and he said, Gareth, I've just been out to, and he hasn't got a clue about racing, mind you, and he said, I've just been out to Lindsay Park. I must have done a story, I reckon, with you guys, and he says, Ethereum girl, get on. She's a moral in the 1,000 guineas. So he must have copped a tip somewhere.
I reckon he's a genius. I reckon it's a good call. I think she's over the odds. She was not far off him in the prelude, and barrier 9, she'll be strong late. It'll be interesting to see her out to a mile.
Yeah.
Whether she's going to... I think she's ready to run a really good race. I think she's each way odds.
All right, then. Here to shock. This is a good Moonga Stakes there on Saturday.
And he's in really good order, the old boy. He's been running in, obviously, the big dances. There's been nowhere to hide with his placement, and he's been running quite well. But I think this is a lovely race for him.
Yeah, inside gate as well, so he should be up in that firing line if he jumps as expected. So then we go to Sydney and we'll talk about the big one, the Everest War Machine. You must have been happy with the gate.
Over the moon with the gate. Yeah. I think the race will work out perfectly, so it gets our opportunity to run a very good race.
Can you beat the old man?
I think so. Absolutely. Might be a little bit awkward at dinner that night, but we'll deal with that issue if it arises.
So how do you beat him then? Do you just have to stalk him and hopefully he has a bad day, or do you think this horse is quite special?
I think this horse is quite special. His last 4 starts, obviously, for us have been outstanding. He's just coming of age, and I was really impressed with his Gilgai win where he ran a decent time with his ears pricked, and he's just got some serious quality about him, this horse. So his work on Tuesday was as good as a horse can work here at Euroa, and we've got a tree at the end of the gallop called the Back Me tree, and he actually went up and headbutted it. So he's in good order, and he's going to run a serious race.
Have you had some of the $21? Because he's into $9.50 now. He's halved his quote since the barrier draw on Tuesday.
Yeah, I've got a little multi going for sure.
Who with?
Into Brightside.
Yep.
Just a dare to dream. I thought I'd just have a few little bucks on that.
Yeah, how good's that? How is Brightside?
He's really good. Happy with the champ. He's pulled up well out of his trial. I thought that's as good as he's ever trialled.
Yep.
We do have the visitors draw from 12, but I think he can contend with that. We've got the right pilot on board who's in very good form, Willow. Yes. So he seems to be making all the right calls at the moment, and I'm sure he'll be able to work it out from 12, but he's perfect, Mr. Brightside. I don't think we've ever had him any better.
Is it an annoying draw because Pride of Jenny's in this race, and usually, like, if you can draw low with her, you can sit up and you can take a nice spot, and hopefully, like, a Royal Patronage can take you into the race. But what does Craig do from that draw now? Does he have to go all the way back, or does he chance his arm in the early part? How do you read this race over? He's got an extra 9 metres as well, the 1609 of the King Charles.
Yes. No, Pride of Jenny certainly makes races interesting with their breakneck tempo, and often there's one that it's like a sacrificial lamb, which we've been quite a few times. But look, we'll just debrief with the team and work out exactly what we're going to do. But it's shaping up to be a very good contest for race goers, and I'm sure a lot of people will be tuning in and having their 5 cents on who's going to win the race. And I wouldn't be steering anyone away from Mr. Brightside because I think he's absolutely airborne.
What a race that's going to be as well. You got the Everest and the King Charles where Jenny takes on Fangirl and Mr. Brightside and Charles Wolf. It doesn't get any better there, I reckon. What about at Morphettville? Do you take any to Adelaide?
Napravda will go.
Yep.
The blinkers on, she'll improve. And Paulin, we're going to stay home. Wide draw looks like a tricky map, and we don't want to have what happened at the Valley again.
$100, mate. What are you doing with it this weekend?
I'll go War Machine to place, Brightside to place, and to Plymouth to place.
Plymouth to place in the Caulfield Cup. You are a genius. You in Melbourne or Sydney this weekend?
I am going to Sydney.
All right, then. You enjoy the Harbour City. What about at Warrnambool? Any winners?
Look, I think they've all got their chances.
Yep.
Apparatus probably be the best, but it's got drawn a bit of a sticky barrier.
All right, then. You go and get him, JD. We appreciate your time as always, mate. Good luck.
Thank you.
There's JD Hayes. We'll take a break. We'll come back with Peter Snowden next here on Giddy Up Stable Mail.
Sport and racing aren't meant to stand still. At Bet Deluxe, we bring the deluxe moments to life. Our premium betting experience lets you enjoy every moment across every sport and every race. And this Saturday and Sunday, enjoy bonus back up to third on all races at selected tracks. Plus, enjoy racing bonus back tokens every single day. Deluxe your spring with Bet Deluxe.
What's gambling really costing you? For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
Boom.
International Animal Health presents the world's first biological control that works by substantially reducing parasitic roundworm larvae in the manure of grazing animals. Biowormer and liver mole with Biowormer contain a naturally occurring fungus that consumes chemically resistant and multi-resistant larvae, providing a solution to a problem costing livestock producers millions of dollars each year by breaking the worm cycle. For further information, visit biowormer.com or contact us on the hotline.
We're never going to get to sing our song. Anyway, what time's Davo's horse running? That thing's a beast.
Sounds like it's time to unleash beast mode from PointsBet. It's like crazy hot sauce, but for racing. It turns your odds up extra hot.
Mate, that's fire.
Happens every time.
Beast Mode, available every Saturday at 3 p.m.
Yeah, that's built different. Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
Live across the SEN track and RSN networks. And broadcasting live on racing.com. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. Great to have your company on RSN, SEN track and on racing.com as well. And you can watch us every day. We're streaming live thanks to Bet365 on the SEN app, also on our Facebook page and YouTube channel. Let's catch up with Peter Snowden because he'll play a major part at Caulfield on Saturday. G'day, Pete. Thanks for your time, mate.
Morning, Gareth. How are you?
Good, thanks. Good race for Raging Fours. He's had a really good campaign this time in. You've given him a bit of a freshen up since that Group 1 there in Sydney. Can he win a Gothic Stakes heading to Melbourne?
Yeah, look, he's in good shape. I'm happy with him. Last start, things were a little bit pear-shaped. He's got going a little bit too keen.
Yeah.
But I've taken the winkers off him. I did trial him without the winkers on him a week or so ago, and he was much more relaxed in them. So he'll race without them on Saturday. But I can't fault him, though. His work on Tuesday in Melbourne was very good, so I'm hoping he can bounce back off that last start. Below par performance for him, his last start.
Yeah, so do you think he'll enjoy the Melbourne way, and especially Caulfield with the way that he goes about his business?
Yeah, I don't think there'll be a problem. He seemed to handle it quite well the other morning, and he's been a few times Melbourne way, and he seems to adapt it quite quickly. So, no, I don't see that being an issue for him. No.
If he does perform well, will you give him an opportunity down the straight in the Coolmore?
Yeah, well, that's a lot of depending on what he does here. Yeah. That's the reason he came down here. It's the right sort of race to give him a feel for it, and he's a couple of nice horses in the race too, to get a bit of a feel whether he's up that grade. But I quite like the horse. I think he's got good talent, and he's really proved it to a degree, but let himself down on one we really wanted to stand up the other day. But just as I said, he went way too hard. He didn't rate well enough to help him finish off. But I think with the headgear off him, just might give him that attitude to sort of relax a bit better earlier and be a bit stronger later.
You got Acacia flying. She probably needs a touch of luck from an inside gate, but you're happy with her? She's around
probably
in the Lingy.
Not the best gate for her. She doesn't get back. But, look, she's going particularly well, and she's a very good filly. She's got great form around every start she's had. So I think she'll acquit herself well there.
And then in the sprint, that's a good field too, but Sellesley off a hot speed. She won nicely there first up. Can she go on with it now?
Yeah, nice horse. Always shown good ability, and first up back in the day, broke a track record that stood for a long time at Warwick Farm.
Yeah.
So he's very talented, and no, he'll give a good account of himself.
Yeah, how good can he be? Of course, he's son of Harry's Angel.
Yeah, look, who knows? We sort of went through the classes, and he's been just every time we stepped and raised the bar, he's handled it well. And going back early in January, he ran in the good race up in the Sunshine Coast, the $1 million race that horse of Nathan Dawes, the good horse he had, and he only got bid 2 lengths that day, and that was a very good form race. So he's got the talent, and I feel he's come back a little bit better again. So we'll find a bit more about him on Saturday, but it's a good field, as you say, and a good fast race. But some nice races coming up if he can acquit himself well. There's some good races coming up over the next month in Melbourne and Sydney.
Yeah, there was a big rule for Media World because when the favourite wins the last, mate, everybody remembers Media World, and he steps up to the 1400 now.
I certainly didn't think I'd see Private Eye there, that's for sure.
No.
So I got a shock when he was there, so it wasn't a good look. But anyway, it is what it is. And, yeah, whether we run or not, we'll think about that over the next 48 hours, and I'll have a talk to the boys and see what they want to do. But there are options next week or the week after. But, look, he's going great. He's in really good shape. Good win last start, and I think this week's the best we've had him. His prep, he's really come on nicely, pretty third up now. So normally when he really strikes good form, so we'll if he does run, he'll run really well. But we do keep for another day. He'll be competitive in whatever he runs in.
It's a good test for Touries in the Tristark Stakes.
Yeah, it is a good test, but I thought she ran really well at Flemington the other day. I thought she ran terrific, and having a first run back, they always go a bit better the second time round, and her work Tuesday was excellent, so she's holding the form well. Got a nice gate there to get a good soft run again, and a good rider on board, so we're quite confident she could be competitive there.
She'll have $1 each way on Firestar in the Sydney Stakes.
Look, he's just let himself down today. He's brilliant win first up, but he went way too keen the other day, but a good draw there and good genuine pace and ridden with a bit more patience, so I think he can be competitive, and he's not without a cheeky chance to run a hole.
Can Lavish Empire cause a bit of an upset there in that last race on Everest Day from an inside gate?
I think it's probably a little bit beyond him, but in saying that, I didn't expect what I saw first start. He ran very, very well first up. He's a good fresh horse, and I'll give him a month between runs from that just to keep him on that path, but all being well, he'll go to the big dance from this race on Saturday, and if he can put himself in that race, that'll be great. But very genuine horse. If he gets things to suit, he's not without a chance.
$100, what would you do with it this weekend, Pete?
I think I'd go for a feed, mate. It's $100 for me. But look, we have got a few chances, you're right, and I really like Acacia. If she gets any luck from that draw, I would like to draw a bit wider there because she's a horse that gets back a bit, but she's going really well, and she's in on no weight on the back, and a talented filly. She's got a great chance there on Saturday.
You're a busy man, but what about Nitro yesterday? Wow.
Yeah, that was impressive. Yeah, he's always showed us a lot, and funny thing, we had him and Cosmic Force and a Raging Force, and Nitro were in the same batch when we started them off in the Breeders' Plate, and the lead up to the trials, Nitro was always the best one out of the two of them, and then he went a miss after his trial before the Breeders' Plate, and the other horse ran, and I always thought he'd be better, and then he won 5 in a row, Raging Force, so I thought, well, maybe this fella might be better, but what he did yesterday was very impressive. The times you run, his sexual times through the roof, so a bit worried at the half mile, but very pleased in the post.
Where do we get to see him next?
It won't go too high too quickly. We'll just take our time with him, and he's been a long time coming. He won't rush him just yet, but you'll probably see the best of him probably next preparation in the autumn or maybe in Brisbane during the winter months. But there seems to be, I think there'll be a good race in him later somewhere.
Good on you, Pete. Thanks for your time. I know you're busy, mate. Appreciate that.
No worries, mate. Oh, you're welcome.
There's Peter Snowden there. We'll take a break and we'll come back. Who's next there, Louis? Tommy Stokes. We've got to ask him about his 3-year-old yesterday, and he's got some nice chances there at Caulfield on Saturday.
This is a big one for you racing fans.
That's correct. The Bet365 app just got even better. Now with dedicated racing action built right in. Faster, easier and more exciting betting. All your racing, all in one place.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365.
What are you really gambling with? For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
Aussie roads can be some of the best in the world. Until... Lucky the Tasman got their heads up. With equal parts lab and Aussie durability testing, the Kia Tasman was deliberately tuned for our harsh conditions. You could say it's Australia's new search engine. Kia Tasman. Test drive today.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
When you buy Australian-made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. You're helping Australian families and communities thrive now and into the future. With every purchase, you support local workers, manufacturers and growers who produce world-class products renowned for their quality, safety and reliability. So look for the logo the nation trusts and buy Australian.
Racing photos, capturing the action at every professional meeting across Victoria, 364 days a year. View photos of your winner and purchase from our range of memorabilia at photos.racing.com.
When things go wrong,
get Carbone on the phone.
Get Carbone on the phone.
Get Carbone on the phone.
We don't settle for less, nor should you.
Live across the SEN track and RSN networks. And broadcasting live on racing.com. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. It's 8 minutes to 9 o'clock. Let's catch up with Tommy Stokes, who joins us now. He stables in for a big day on Saturday with a host of chances engaged there at Caulfield and a few in Adelaide. Hello to you, Tommy. Thanks for your time, mate.
1G, no worries at all.
What about Stretton Angel and the Lingy Stakes? What do you make of her this campaign?
Yeah, pretty disappointing. Obviously, that run 2 back against Miraval Rose was a good run.
Yeah.
But the rest of them have been very difficult to assess. She's definitely not at her best this time round, but track work hasn't suggested she's trained off at all. And I just hope that track's going to be playing fair, because if it's not, it probably leaves her with little chance.
So you go back from that gate?
Yeah, she'll go back from that wide draw and go around them.
Geez, forever, you've done a wonderful job with this filly. She just keeps on turning up. Can she turn up again in 1,000 guineas?
Yeah, she's another one. She's very deep into her preparation now. She started off at Murray Bridge in a 2-year-old maiden, and she's found her way running in a Group 1 over the mile. She's been working really well at home. We've been super happy with her, and she's drawn a nice low gate, and stepping up to the mile, she'd be able to land in a closer position, which will be vital in her chances. She should be a very good chance with even luck.
Geez, I love the performance of Deacon the other day in the Turnbull. Can he win a Caulfield Cup?
We can't see why not. He's drawn a good gate. Stucky gets along with him really well, and he's just been building all preparation. Every start's been an improvement, and we expect him to be peaking on Saturday. He should get a nice, lovely run just behind the speed, and yeah, his track work's been super. It's quite exciting to have a live chance in the cup, in the Caulfield Cup, and we're all full steam ahead.
Yeah, so 2,400 metres now. He's ready to fire, and then he's already in a Melbourne Cup, of course. So it's a big couple of weeks coming up for him.
Yeah, it is. And we just put a noseband on him in his last few gallops. We just want to get him to relax a bit. I know last start he drew wide and we pressed forward and he just got a touch keen and it just, got the finish out of him a bit. So if we can get him just to relax and drop his head over the Caulfield Cup distance, I'm sure he's going to run a much improved race. And obviously the bigger picture heading into a Melbourne Cup, he's going to have to relax better than he is. So I'm sure that gear change will do the trick and not having to hustle and bustle him out of the gates on Saturday.
Matunga's an interesting horse in the first race. Obviously plenty of ability. What do you make of Matunga's chances over the 1400?
Yeah, Mataga, he's been going well. He's another one from Adelaide. He's won a stakes race already last preparation and he's been tracking along really nicely. He's just takes a lot of riding, this horse. His trials might look a bit plain to the eye because we're scrubbing him up and really making him attack the line, but that's just him. He takes a long time to wind up. I'm just not sure if Caulfield's his track. If that track's going to be firm again on Saturday, he's going to be back, and if they're not running on, he's going to probably find it hard. He'll be in the back half running on, and he's going to his main goal's to go into like a Sandown Guineas, and there's a new race called not sure what it's called, but it's a new race at Caulfield over the 2000, worth $500,000. So that'll be his target race down the track.
What about in Adelaide? Anything for us there?
Yeah, a couple of good chances. Harmonic Dancer, he's in Pakenham at the moment. He's trialled up really nicely. Should be hard to beat in the first, and Zuna should go close as well.
So race 1, number 4 in Adelaide, race 8, number 11. If I gave you $100, what would you do with it this weekend, mate?
I'd probably go Deacon the place and Harmonic Dancer the win. Double them up.
So race 9, number 10, the place in the Caulfield Cup, Deacon into the win. Harmonic Dancer, race 1, number 4. Geez, he's a good horse, Regal Award, mate. What do you do with him now?
We've still deciding, but it looks likely that he'll go to the Carbine Club Saturday week, and that'll see his campaign out.
A lot of good judges tell me he should be in a Cox Plate.
Yeah, we obviously got those phone calls as well. A few jockey managers called and said we'd be silly not to run in the Cox Plate, but we know our horse, and it's like sending a young boy to war. He's not ready for it. It'd be a different sort of story if he got a run in the Caulfield Guineas last week, and if he did a lot more things right than wrong, we'd probably have a harder think about it. But it was an easy decision for us. We've had a chat to the ownership group, and it's an easy answer. So he'll go to the Carbine Club in a fortnight, and then, all going well, he should be hard to beat in that, have a good spell, and we can target some really nice Group 1s in the autumn.
He's exciting. I've got about 20 seconds left. Talking about going to war, that's what Phillip done with you when you looked after the Adelaide stable. And look at you now, mate. You're a Group 1 colt.
Yeah, in the big snake now. It's going well.
Good on you, mate. Good luck, Tommy.
Thanks, Gareth.
There's Tommy Stokes there. Nearly time for another break here on Giddy Up. It's great to have your company on this Thursday morning. We'll catch up with Emily Brown after that. We've also got Joe Pride who will join us, and Michael Hawkes will join us to go through their runners on a big day in Sydney on Saturday. This is Giddy Up, all thanks to Bet365 on this Thursday morning. We'll continue on Giddy Up Stable Mail straight after this.
I punt with Ladbrokes because it's fast. Even faster than a race caller talks.
And it's Machacho coming around the outside with Little Lassie a length behind. Cheeseburger with spicy sauce on the side. Hold the onions, double the pickles. I'll get some large fries. May you live a long and happy life together.
Ladbrokes has levelled up so you can find, place and track bets with them faster than ever before.
Oh, you good thing, oh, you good thing. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
Its graduates won 10 Group 1 races last season. It's in a league of its own for 2-year-old sales worldwide.
Antino, 6 lengths.
It delivers dream results time and again. It is NZB's Ready to Run sale. And if you like to win, it's the sale for you. It's at Karaka on the 12th and 13th of November, and packed with the same calibre of 2-year-olds that has earned this sale its phenomenal reputation. See you there, NZB, where winning begins.
Stuck on site? Get in the fast lane with Trade Plus. We're racing the gear to you with our free 3-hour express delivery. Call your local National Tiles Trade hotline today.
Giddy up. Back the winner of the Sportsbet Caulfield Cup and get a guaranteed share of $2 million in bonus bets. That's right, $2 million in bonus bets. Only with Sportsbet.
Chances are you're about to lose.
Live across the SEN track and RSN networks. And broadcasting live on racing.com. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome to Giddy Up. Gareth Hall with you. It's great to have your company. This is the second hour. Boy, it's been a busy first hour. We caught up with Kira Maher, Calvin McAvoy, JD Hayes, Peter Snowden, Tommy Stokes and Emily Brown's about to join us now to kick off the next hour. Joe Pry's not far away. Just going through the $100 staking plan so far with our guest. JD Hayes is going to have an all-up. That's War Machine, race 7, number 5, The Place in the Tab Everest. Race 9, number 1, Mr. Brightside, The Place. And race 9, number 18, Plymouth, of course, The Place in the Caulfield Cup. Tommy Stokes likes Deacon, The Place in the Caulfield Cup which is race 9, number 10, into race 1, number 4, Harmonic Dancer in Adelaide. Calvin McAvoy said just no surprises here. $100 straight out, race 9, number 15 on Have Yours. Kira Maher says we'll play Middle Earth, $50 to win, race 9, number 3 there in the Caulfield Cup. And he's also keen on Pride of Jenny, race 9, number 11 there in the King Charles. So that's a $100 staking plan so far. Emily Brown now joins us here on Giddy Up. Good morning to you, Emily. Thanks for your time.
No worries.
How's McGaw? He was so good down the straight. Can he do it in a Gothic around the bend from gate 1 at Caulfield on Saturday?
Yeah, probably wasn't really expecting one. We've been having bad draws all spring so far, and probably the one horse that didn't want one got it. But, he's been to Caulfield before. He's run well there. It looks a nice race for him. We were worried he was going to get a bit above himself with the 4-week gap. So we just thought it's a nice sort of place to put him back at Caulfield there.
So Damien Lane is in Sydney, so Lockie Nightoff picks up the ride. So what do you do from gate 1? Do you try and kick up and hold a spot, or you're worried that he might get keen if a horse crosses him? How do you think this race might pan out with him?
Obviously, we're sort of hoping that he's going to step a little bit better.
Yeah.
That's probably the most important part. He just sort of hesitates that bit, and then he gets going, and he has a high cruising speed. So, yeah, hopefully he can step quite well from that gate.
Yeah, and if he does step well, would you want him to lead with him?
I think he does seem comfortable out in front.
Yeah.
There does look like there could be a bit of pace on. So, yeah, I think it's Lockie's ridden him a couple of times in jump outs, and he's got on really well with him.
Yeah.
So it'll be a good test for Lockie on him, obviously, because he's going to hopefully go forward and ride him in the Coolmore. So, yeah, it'll be up to him. He does a good job, Lockie. So, yeah, all faith in him.
And in the ethereal stakes over the 2,000, Just Kick, I guess she's looking for this 2,000 now.
Yeah, definitely. She hasn't had a lot of luck this prep. She's been running very well. Damien got off and said she's going super. Yeah, he sort of advised us to stay the path sort of towards a bit of an Oaks prep. So, yeah, her work's been good. There's not a lot of her, but she's a game little filly. And, yeah, it'd be nice to see her have a little bit more luck in running. So hopefully from 3, again, hoping she'll step a bit better than last time and, can put herself there.
She probably just needs some pace in the race, basically, and settle a little bit closer. Is that how you see it?
Yeah, definitely. I think there's been a few races there where it's definitely the tempos cost us. So, yeah, hopefully she can put herself a bit more forward, though, so it takes a bit of luck out of it.
If I gave you $100, what would you do with it this weekend?
Well, I'd like to put it all on McGaw.
Yes. All right, then we'll just do that right now. McGaw, race 4, number 1 in the Gothic Stakes. Emily, thanks very much for your time. We appreciate it.
No worries.
There we go. There's Emily Brown. McGaw's a star, so looking forward to seeing what he can do from gate one. I reckon it's a tricky gate for him as well because he needs to jump. Otherwise, we've seen him get keen, and that could be just a tough ride, I reckon, for Lockie Neindorf. Michael Hawkes isn't far away. Joe Pride will join us shortly as well. He's just a little busy at the moment, Joe Pride, so we'll catch up with him hopefully in the next few minutes. And Michael Hawkes can have a chat to us because he's got Briasa engaged there in the Everest from gate number 11. So he's not far away, Michael Hawkes. In fact, we'll take a break and then we'll catch up with Michael Hawkes straight after this. This is Giddy Up, live on racing.com, SEN Track and RSN on this Thursday morning.
Race jumps in two. Got to be quick.
You need something quick? I got something blistering. 5 for 25 from PointsBet. It's like hot sauce, but for racing. 5 taps and it's on.
Yeah, that's hot.
Aw, thanks, babe.
5 for 25 from PointsBet, now available on racing. Yeah, that's built different.
Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
It's real action, real people, real close. Saturday, October 25 in St Arnaud is as real as it gets at the JBS Pork St Arnaud Cup. It's a day you don't want to miss. It's real social with real down-to-earth vibes, live entertainment, kids' activities and fantastic hospitality options. As real as it gets in St Arnaud, Saturday, October 25. Book real soon at country.racing.com/St-Arnaud.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. You're helping Australian families and communities thrive now and into the future. With every purchase, you support local workers, manufacturers, and growers who produce world-class products renowned for their quality, safety, and reliability. So look for the logo the nation trusts and buy Australian.
Sport and racing aren't meant to stand still. At Bet Deluxe, we bring the action to life with daily specials, premium features, and a deluxe betting experience. So no matter who you are, you can enjoy every moment, every play, and every race. Especially with bonus back this Saturday. If your runner finishes second to last, you're on a winner with Bet Deluxe.
What's gambling really costing you? For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
Live across the SEN Track and RSN networks. And broadcasting live on racing.com. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. Gareth Hall with you on this beautiful Thursday morning. You're watching us on racing.com, also listening to us on SEN Track and RSN. Michael Hawkes is ready to go through his runners, of course, at Randwick on Saturday. And Briasa will be the star of the show for Team Hawkes, who will be lighting up in the Everest. Good morning to you, Michael.
Morning, Gareth. How are we?
I am very well. How are you enjoying this week?
Yeah, it's been great. It's one thing... just enjoying it, enjoying the moment, letting it all settle in. So, no, I can't really fault it, to be honest. It's quite exciting.
Yeah. What about Briasa in this barrier draw? Have you worked out a plan? What are you going to do?
Oh, well, look, obviously it's not the be-all and end-all, but drawing 10, there's a bit of speed inside us. So haven't really had a massive look at it. You've cast your eye over it, but like I said the other night on TV, there's going to be 20 different speed maps, 20 different variations, and once those barriers open, mate, you throw it all out the window.
You just need a great ride from Tyler Schiller. I think that's the main point to take out of the draw. You need Schiller to be at his very best.
Yeah, he rode him outstanding last start, and he was in the zone, and the best part was he cruised up that rise, and he really put paid to them when he got down the rise. And if he can emulate a ride like that with speed in the race and hopefully have the perfect run, then, mate, he's going to be right in the finish, that's for sure.
You've been close before in this race.
Yeah, we've had Chautauqua, and obviously Mars Crusader was an unlucky second, and he rattled home and had to weave his way through the pack. But this bloke, I know one thing, he won't be on the inside. He'll definitely see some clear air. And I think he races better with a bit of clear air. And we've seen him before. You've got to make your own luck. But as I said, it's a great race. There's a lot of depth in it this year. And it just seems to keep building and building and building. And, I know the superstars there and Kaying Rising. And, look, he's a freak in Hong Kong. No one's denying that. But there's other horses in this race, including ours, that have sort of put their foot up to say, hey, I want to be part of it as well. So it's very exciting.
Zach Purton said he's never witnessed or been involved in a build-up to a race like we're seeing with this Everest. You've been in some big races throughout your career with your family. How do you rate this build-up towards an Everest, especially with everything that has gone on with Kaying Rising?
Oh, look, I'll be honest with you, you get spine tingles for this sort of race. I know I do with the slipper, and Wayne and I have been lucky enough to win a couple of those together with Dad, and Dad's won, I think, 4 or 5. So it's more relief that everything's gone to plan and you just want everything to work out. But I was actually saying to someone on the boat after the barrier draw, and they said, hey, what's it feel like? I said, haven't you been to one? They said, no, I haven't. I said, look, if you haven't been to one, you have no idea what they're about. It's just the atmosphere. It's electrifying. Yeah. I know Wayne said, like on your show, we won the preliminary final. It's like a grand final. It's that sort of atmosphere, whether it's AFL, NRL. It's amazing. And if you haven't been there, you can't describe it really. But it's just for us as trainers and participants, it's more relief than anything, I think.
And especially with you, it's a fierce, competitive sport, thoroughbred racing, especially when you get into the big league like you're playing in this weekend. And you've reached some great heights in this sport along with your family. But you're the one here, I reckon, out of Johnny and Wayne, this has been your horse, Bria. So you identified him nice and early. You were the first one to say he's the real deal. He's our next champion. How are you feeling going into his biggest challenge to date on the biggest stage of all?
I'm excited, honestly, Gareth, because what he's shown this horse from day dot since he came into our stable, people have asked me, and you can't describe it. It's when people have good horses, they know that feeling. But I suppose with this bloke, he's 5-year-old, he's had 12 starts in his life, and he's just gone through the grades, and he's gone through them beautifully. And even when he was winning races at Kembla, it was amazing. But when he sort of put pay to them at Newcastle that day, he sat 3 deep the entire, facing the breeze, and he really hit the line strong. That was the day that he sort of put his hand up to say, I want to be part of it. Now, we've always known that we've had the horse, or I have internally, and you're trying to keep the lid on it. You're not trying to say too much, and you're trying to let the horse do the talking, because it's easy to gob off and tell everyone how good they are and what they are. But you've got owners and expectations, and you want people to see for themselves sometimes how these horses and athletes really keep improving. And the one thing about this bloke, he's just kept improving, and I don't know his ceiling. I really don't. He just keeps improving. It's exciting. It gives you spine-tingling goosebumps, and they're the sort of feelings you get. And to throw it off, then you go in a $20 million Everest like he is, that we've been lucky enough to, I suppose, secure that slot early days, and it just makes it so much easier for us as a team. And we've got great backers in our slot owners, the 4 of them, Colin, Steve, Max, and, it's Neil. Like, it's just the big players in our sport, and good on them for taking the risk. And our team, we've got a live chance.
He sounds like he's ready to explode, mate.
Mate, he's unbelievable. I'll try to keep a lid on it. It's exciting. The feelings are kicking in, the emotions.
You're getting me excited. I'm ready to go and run out on the footy ground.
Well, that's what it's about. It's about, taking that next step and being there, and it's grand final, and that's what it's all about. So if you're not upbeat and excited, I'll tell you what, you're in the wrong game.
Now, I don't want to give too much away, but David Gately will join me shortly for Gator's game plan, and we have a D-Day horse, Michael. And our D-Day horse is Swift Falcon. Well, that's Gator's D-Day horse because he loves Swift Falcon. He's tipping him again. Surely he gets some luck in a race like this and he wins on a big day. Are you happy with him?
Look, his run last start was exceptional. Now, if you go back and look at the replay, he's probably a victim of his own demise because he jumps slow. He unfortunately gets himself in those spots. And when you're a back marker, it's very, very hard to make ground when you go through them. Now, not saying he's one-dimensional, but he just needs a clear sort of running where everything has to go right. Last start, back in the Everest, he reeled off some ridiculous sectionals and he had to weave his magic and passage. Now, he wouldn't have won because she's just a freak and the next up-and-coming superstar, the winner. But he should have run second with clear air. There's no doubt about that. But that wasn't Alicia's fault. It was just the way the race was and how it panned out. I wouldn't necessarily say D-Day, to be honest. I just think he's had some average rides, bad luck. Everything's gone against him. But when you're a back marker, he's not Chautauqua. You need that brilliance. And he's good, but he needs everything to go right. A race like this, yes, I can see it panning out. And he's drawn awkward. It's probably to his liking to be out there. I'd probably sooner him out there than drawn 1 or 2, to be honest. So he's going to be rattling home. Should he be winning a race like this? Yes, if he brings his old form. The horse is super. The horse is great. So long as he has that momentum run, I'll be really happy.
Now, Michael, is it confirmed nepotism's going to a Cox Plate?
That's the way at the moment that he's looking like going. And his run last start was unbelievable. He really hit the line. He's back on song. He's looking like he wants 2,000. He just didn't have any luck. I know Wayne said to Blake, just try and get outside if you can. And it was just a hard watch. He just came around the corner and, look, he ran off some ridiculous sectionals from the 8 to the 6 to the 4 to the 2, and then he's getting held up the last furlong. Now, he mightn't have won the race, but I'll tell you what, had he have got out, it would have been a great spectacle. And he had a lap full of horse. It was ridiculous, really, where he ran, and he just couldn't get a crack. So, looking like he wants 2,000. Spring champions are there. Cox Plates are there. So, I'm just excited he's back on track, to be fair.
So we'll get to see you at Moonee Valley there for Cox Plate Day. That is great. And finally, you listen to Wayne. We asked Wayne the tough questions. We put him under the microscope. And, he goes, I haven't made a decision yet. And then I said, what would you do, Wayne? He goes, I'll go to a Cox Plate. So there you go. Finally, you've listened to him. And Zach Lloyd's...
I'll tell you what, I saw that interview to cut in. And, look, it is hard because you're trying to get the best for the horse. You're trying to do everything right. And sometimes it takes a few days. It's not as easy as saying, oh, listen, this is just where we're going, because we wanted to make sure the horse was right and ready and pulled up enormous, which he did. It took a couple of days. And that's why you've got to take those moments and just not rush into things. So I know punters want to know and the public want to know and they're listening now. But this is the game of inches and we're trying to get the best out of him. So he's back on song and he's looking like he wants ground, but I'll be honest, Gareth, I'll be in Sydney on that date. There's a little race called the Spring Champion that we'll have a runner in, which...
Federalist.
I'll probably... Federalist, yes. He'll be running there. So I'll be in Sydney on that day, mate. So you can take that how you want to take it.
Yes, I will. I think it'll be winning Federalist because that's disappointing because on Thursday, all right, we've got a Giddy Up Cox Plate preview luncheon. And I'll have to pay Wayne a little bit more now because he's got a runner and a Cox Plate. So he'll be relevant, of course. He's always relevant, but, he'll have some extra relevance about him on that Thursday. So we're at the Ascot Vale Hotel. You go to Instagram, the Ascot Vale Hotel on Instagram. You click on their bio and you can buy a ticket. We've got J-Mac will be there, Mark Sarah, Wayne Hawkes, Tommy Papley. Hopefully, Johnny Hawkes might come down now if he's got a Cox Plate runner. So we'll have a bit of fun, mate. But it's great for a 3-year-old to be in a Cox Plate. We all know that you guys, you've got a great record with your 3-year-olds in a Cox Plate. You wouldn't start him if you don't think he was a big chance. So bring on the Cox Plate and bring on, of course, Everest Day. If I gave you $100, mate, what would you do with it this weekend?
Well, this weekend, I can't back down. I've got to go 100 straight out on Browser. I know he's got the superstar to run down, but the horse is peaking, third up. It's a lovely race. He'll get plenty of room, and I just hope he can take that next rise, which I feel he can, because I know he's got it in him.
Can you take a video of Wayne singing before the Everest for us? That'd be much appreciated.
Well, mate, I'll tell you what, he's got more balls than me because I wouldn't be doing what he did back in the day. So I tell you what, I've got to give him kudos because I don't think anybody would.
Yes.
I'd love to see it, though, in front of 50,000 people.
Yeah, you should do that. Thanks for that, mate. Hey, we appreciate it. Go and get them in the Everest. It's going to be a great day. And, yeah, it could be one of your stable's biggest ever days if you can win an Everest, mate. We appreciate your time.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
There's Michael Hawkes. Joe Pride to join us next.
Some breaking news and a surprise contender in the marathon.
Sorry, Jenny, let's join Clive. Clive?
He's flying in on the spider cat to win the game.
And now to cricket.
Now that's just showing off.
Over the Aussie rules.
He's talked it into the air. Fridge Bird's gonna win.
He isn't. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
You win some, you lose more. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
Its graduates won 10 Group 1 races last season. It's in a league of its own for 2-year-old sales worldwide.
Antino, 6 lengths.
It delivers dream results time and again. It is NZB's Ready to Run sale. And if you like to win, it's the sale for you. It's at Karaka on the 12th and 13th of November and packed with the same calibre of 2-year-olds that has earned this sale its phenomenal reputation. See you there, NZB, where winning begins.
Boom.
Here's something new for spring. Sportsbet's fixed odds exotics guarantee. Now you can lock in fixed odds on trifectas, quinellas, exactas and first fours. So you know your payout before the jump. And here's the kicker. If the relevant tote pays more, we'll top up your fixed odds so you get the bigger payout guaranteed. We've got you covered with fixed odds exotics guarantee. Only with Sportsbet.
You win some, you lose more. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
Live across the SEN track and RSN networks. And broadcasting live on racing.com. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Great to have your company on Giddy Up this Thursday morning. Hopefully we'll catch up with Joe Pride. He's a little busy at the moment. I think the vets have just turned up to inspect those runners on a big day ahead of Everest Day there in Sydney. So hopefully he's not far away because you do want to ask him about Charles Wolf, especially in that King Charles. And he's got 2 runners here, or 1 runner in the Everest in Mars Zoo. And Golden Mile's an interesting runner, first up for his stable in the Sydney Stakes. He's one of the emergencies there for the Everest. But just to go through the staking plans for the $100 plays from our trainers on this Thursday. Wayne Hawkes, race 3, number 5, Swift Falcon. So straight out there, race 3, no, I'm only joking, it's Briasa. It's race 7, number 2, Briasa in the Everest. Gator likes Swift Falcon. He's about to tell us why. JD Hayes is going to have an all-up. So it's race 9, number 18, Plymouth, the place. Race 7, number 5, War Machine, the place. And race 9, number 1, Mr. Brightside, the place. War Machine's been some go, the Victorian in the Everest. Like he was $21 before the barrier draw. He's into $9.50 now with Bet365. Peter Snowden, he's not a punter, I don't think, Pete, but he said he'll have $100 on Acacia race 5, number 12, in the Alingi at Caulfield on Saturday. She just needs a touch of luck from gate number 1. He's happy with Raging Force. Worked nicely around the Melbourne Wave going on Tuesday morning. He won't be far away in a Gothic Stakes. I think he'll lead for a long way. He'll try to anyway. Kiramar was bullish on a few of his runners, but he does like Middle Earth in the Caulfield Cup. So around the $20 quote there with Bet365. Mark Sarah right, so he's going to have $50 on Middle Earth. And he says Pride of Jenny's basically never been better. And I mentioned this to him. I reckon it'd be one of his greatest ever training performances if Pride of Jenny can come out of retirement once again and win a King Charles. She was so close last year. It was nearly a career best effort despite finishing second, I reckon, in that King Charles last week. And it looks a lovely setup for her. Declan Bates aboard So he's going to have $50 on her. Tommy Stokes is keen on Deacon, race 9, number 10, The Place in the Caulfield Cup, into Harmonic Dancer, race 1, number 4 in Adelaide in that first race. So he's keen on those two runners, and that basically wraps it up, I reckon, for our staking plans. Emily Brown says McGaw will be hard to beat. He's just got to jump from gate 1. That's the concern. If he doesn't jump from gate 1, McGaw, I think he's in a world of pain. So that's a look at Giddy Up Stable Mail. We haven't been able to get on to Joe Pride, so we'll see if we can get on to him tomorrow afternoon. I know Bjorn Baker tomorrow morning, I should say. I know Bjorn Baker will join us tomorrow morning as well, just after 9 o'clock. Hey, we'll take a break and we'll come back and we'll get stuck into Gators game plan on this Thursday morning.
Sport and racing aren't meant to stand still. At Bet Deluxe, we bring the deluxe moments to life. Our premium betting experience lets you enjoy every moment across every sport and every race. And this Saturday and Sunday, enjoy bonus back up to third on all races at selected tracks. Plus, enjoy racing bonus back tokens every single day. Deluxe your spring with Bet Deluxe.
What's gambling really costing you? For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
It's real action, real people, real close. Sunday, October 26 in Sale is as real as it gets at the Ladbroke Sale Cup. It's a day you don't want to miss. It's real social with real down-to-earth vibes, live entertainment, kids' activities, and fantastic hospitality options. As real as it gets in Sale, Sunday, October 26. Book real soon at country.racing.com.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. You're helping Australian families and communities thrive now and into the future. With every purchase, you support local workers, manufacturers, and growers who produce world-class products renowned for their quality, safety, and reliability. So look for the logo the nation trusts and buy Australian.
I punt with Ladbrokes because it's fast. Even faster than a race caller talks.
And it's Machacho coming around the outside with Little Lassie a length behind. Cheeseburger with spicy sauce on the side. Hold the onions, double the pickles. I'll get some large fries. May you live a long and happy life together.
Ladbrokes has levelled up so you can find, place and track bets with them faster than ever before.
Oh, you good thing, oh, you good thing. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
Live across the SEN track and RSN networks. And broadcasting live on racing.com. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall. On Giddy Up, it's time for Gators Game Plan with David Gately.
David Gately not far away for Gators Game Plan, so we'll go through all of the key factors that we do each and every Thursday with Gators Game Plan, like the first athlete that he'll be picking and his punting plan this weekend, which is best bet. The D-Day horse, I've probably already given that away there with Swift Falcon there in Sydney on Saturday. The hardest race for him to work out, the long division race. We'll preview the highlight races, which will be the Everest and the Caulfield Cup this weekend. And, of course, the Night Watchman towards the back end of the program. The last race either in Sydney or Melbourne. He'll have a winners for us there. And then it's up to you, the selectors. Of course, you can ask him a question on 0499 736 736. That's 0499 736 736. You're the selectors. You can ask the Coach Gator any question you want about this weekend's racing, and the great man will try his best to answer that. Now, don't forget, this time next Thursday, we'll be live at the Ascot Vale Hotel ahead of Giddy Up's exclusive Cox Plate preview luncheon. So that's on the 23rd of October. To purchase tickets, there's only a few left. All you need to do is go to, you add the Ascot Vale Hotel on Instagram and click on the event link in their bio. So James McDonald will be there, Mark Sarah will be there, Wayne Hawkes, Tommy Papley will be there as well. Jack Jenkins will be there. I think David King will be there. So we'll have a host of guests there for that luncheon. And if you want to come to the pub nice and early, they're going to open up the pub around 9 o'clock, I think, Schultze and the team. So you can watch Giddy Up live there from the Ascot Vale Hotel on Thursday morning. So it's going to be a lot of fun. We'll be, of course, broadcasting on racing.com and on our usual platforms on SEN Track and RSN as well, plus the RSN app and SEN app. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Next Thursday, Mark Hunter and David Gately will be there as well, hopefully anyway. So that's next Thursday at the Ascot Vale Hotel for Giddy Up's preview luncheon, and we'll be broadcasting live from 8 o'clock, of course, Giddy Up. So to get tickets, all you need to do is add the Ascot Vale Hotel on Instagram and click on the event link in their bio. 9:29, let's welcome in David Gately now. G'day, Gator.
And a very good morning to you, mate.
What about this weekend? Where do you rate it?
Up. So from the first moments of falling in love with racing, it was big, and nothing's changed there. The prize money's through the roof. It's one of the great handicaps staying races around the globe.
And that's what it is. It's a handicap. So you're not going to get the best horses compete, are you, really? It's those horses like Half Yours. Who knows what he can be in 12 months' time, but he gets his chance to win a big Group 1 under handicap conditions with no weight on his back. And if he's as good as everyone thinks he is, then he will never be carrying a weight like this again in a Caulfield Cup.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's about beating the handicap, inverted commas, isn't it? And that's the art of what we do, I think, as form analysts and certainly punters. Because once they've reached that mark, you don't see those prices anymore. And I've said it a million times, ratings are awesome for after the race.
Yeah.
Our job is to find the winner before the race.
What about the first athlete you're picking ahead of this grand final weekend? Who's your best bet this weekend?
All right, first magnet on the board is in the Caulfield Cup.
Wow.
Race 9, number 15, Half Yours. Look, it's probably the best Caulfield Cup trial I've seen since Incentivise. We saw what he did in that race and endured a tough run and still thrashed them. I'm not saying Half Yours is going to do that. I don't want him to endure a tough run. I don't want to find out, But if I'm still having nightmares about last year with Buckaroo. But, if he gets clear running at the right time, what a lead-up that was in the Turnbull. If you're taking ground on Via Sistina and Sir Delius, you're only 0.2 fast the last 200 than that horse who seemingly just gets stronger and stronger, and it's pretty irresistible, I think. And if the race was called something else, I think he'd be shorter.
Yeah. A few questions came in earlier on in the morning, and they said, Gareth, he does remind me of Incentivise, especially with the way that he's quickly raced through the grades and then performed like he did there in a Turnbull Stakes against the weight for age horses. Obviously different horses in a way. Incentivise used to be up on pace, and that Caulfield Cup victory when Preble set him a task in a way. He was off the track and he was humming basically from a long way out. But can you compare those two horses from a profile point of view on their way to a Caulfield Cup?
No, they're different, aren't they?
Yeah.
But Incentivise is able to sustain speed up top and win by big margins and run extraordinary times. He was beaten in a Melbourne Cup, but he was absolutely enormous that day. Behind Very Elegant in super fast time on that hot speed. And this guy is a little different. He sort of conserves his energy better. He's probably stronger late. And he builds his speed really well. He's ticked the 2,500-metre box, so there's a lot to like. And the dry track box was the big one that needed to be ticked from when I saw him win at Caloundra.
We'll preview the Caulfield Cup a little later on in Gator's game plan. So Half Yours is the key play. He's the first pick this weekend. He's straight on the board. Now, the hardest race to work out, we're going to Caulfield Race 5. It's the Ilingi Stakes. So how have you tried to work out this race here, Gator?
Yeah, look, it's tough, isn't it? And I saw a few markets chopping and changing straight away, so I think they had similar problems with it. So what do you do with Acacia, who was terrific first up chasing My Gladiola, and then, split Beedman and Mahuna, that form well and truly franked. We know that. The challenge for her is as a 3-year-old filly, she's got to carry above weight for age to win this. So do the girls at the top of the weights, though, in Osmar and Jasmine Rouge. So, look, she's on top. But there are a lot of dangers. New York Luster, certainly one of those. I'm surprised she was double-figure odds. Osmar went up, I think, some $13 someplace. They quickly corrected that. She's much better suited back at 1,100. Stoke went up favourite. Now it's out the gate a bit. So, and then what do you do with Stretton Angel? She probably wants a bit of jar out of the track. But, gee, a lot of angles to the race, a lot of confusion. Hopefully we found the winner, but we're going to need things to pan out well on the day.
Yeah, Keisha, I know Peter Stoder made her his best, but he's concerned about gate one, and then like you're getting $12 for New York Luster at a great each way prize. Photograph, she's 50-50 whether she starts. She might go to Bendigo instead on Cup Day. And Stretton Angel, as Tommy Stokes pointed out, she's like a box of chocolates these days. You just don't know which Stretton Angel will turn up, but she'll need the track to suggest that you can run on, I reckon, on Saturday. So
yeah, and if it gets to a good 3, I think that's what brings her undone.
Yeah.
You know, she didn't let down on that last time. The trainer knows better than me, but that's the profile I'm sort of building on her.
D-Day horse, I gave it away a little earlier today because I had Michael Hawkes on Gator, and I said, mate, Swift Falcon Skater's D-Day horse, and he goes, it's probably a little unfair. I said, well, not really, Michael. No, I didn't say that to him, actually. I'm lying. But he said that this horse has had no luck, bad rides, and it could be his day. But he just needs too much, I reckon, to go his way, poor old Swift Falcon.
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of athletes need things to go their way, don't they, to perform well. He's probably has a few more... a few more things he needs in his favour just because of his racing style. They've tried him up on speed. That didn't really work. But I think he's been really good this prep, you know. But the problem is he's not winning and hence punters get frustrated with him. And, you know, I put Wodenson in the forgive file last week because he was lame and copped all sorts of abuse. I don't think that's fair. I think we can only judge the horses on you know, the athletes, on what we see and what other factors are involved in their racing. So he was good first up, really good against the bias. He went to a track record handicap, nothing ran on all day, and then ran well in a Group 1 Epsom. But you know, he's not winning. Hence his D-Day.
It could be his day there in race 3. He'll be going around in the Big Dance Wildcard over the 1,600 metres. You're listening to Giddy Up right here on SEN Track RSN. You're watching us on racing.com, which is brought to you by Bet365. And if you like your Quinellas, Exactas, Trifectas, First Fours and Quaddies, this Saturday with Bet365, you'll be paid out at the highest national tote for all the exotics at Caulfield, Randwick, Eagle Farm, Morphettville and Ascot. That's 49 races. That's because it's never ordinary at Bet365. Selected meetings and eligible customers only. Terms and conditions apply. What are you really gambling with? For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au. Straight after this break with David Gately for Gators Game Plan, we'll analyse our highlight races. Of course, it's the 2 big dances this weekend, the Everest in Sydney and the time-honoured Caulfield Cup at Caulfield, of course.
What are you really gambling with? What are you really gambling with? Support, for free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
Big day of racing. What do we like?
Me? I like something a little hot.
Hot? Aren't you cold in there?
Not with the fiery flavor of PointsBet. It's like hot sauce, but for racing. It kicks different and makes the race extra spicy.
Shotgun count!
Now that's coming in hot.
Fire up your spring racing with PointsBet. Yeah, that's built different. Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
Leading horse exhibitors, breeders and trainers rely on Livermol to deliver unrivaled results across all equine disciplines, horse sales and in racing animals. Livermol is the essential ingredient for that perfect coat, with ingredients all selected for their ability to improve skin and coat condition. Add Livermol Feed Optimizer pellets for horse health, growth and performance, and the Livermol grooming range to stand out from the crowd. See your local feed stockist or our website for more information.
It's spring's grand showdown at Caulfield, where the stars will collide for one iconic trophy.
Might and power has kept them in the Caulfield Cup.
It all comes down to this: 2,400 metres to etch your name in Cup folklore.
Without a fight for the Caulfield Cup.
Racing's biggest rivals, one legendary race. This Saturday, one will stand tall.
Duke to centre, Harry Coppin. This is your moment.
It's the Caulfield Cup, live on racing.com.
Live across the SEN track and RSN networks. And broadcasting live on racing.com. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. Gareth Hall with you on this Thursday morning with David Gately for Gators Game Plan. Now, Gator, there's a host of text messages coming through already, but there's a few from your Oz Racing family because they're telling me that you're in for a big payday this weekend. Now,
I wouldn't go with big.
The messages I'm getting here. So it's Autumn Glow that you had in the preview show, the spring preview show you did with Michael Felgate when Racing Pulse was going on at the start of the spring, which was always a great show. You had Felgate would have you, Ronnie Dufficy, and who else would come on?
We've had Dan O'Sullivan a few times.
O'Sullivan,
it was just us this year, I think.
Okay.
On Carlos. Yep.
Oh, yes, Carlos. So you had Autumn Glow for the Epsom. Who else did you have here? My text messages. You got Cane Rising for the Everest, and you had Autumn Boy, of course, for the Guineas. So look out. What price did you get? Dare I, if that's okay, if I can ask that question?
I'm not sure. I have to check my app, but yeah, obviously, Cane Rising was always short, Everest.
Yes.
And Autumn Glow was always popular, Epsom. Autumn Boy was a little off Broadway, a touch at that stage. Yep. So, I'm not going to Hawaii to live, but, I've got to run for my money, haven't I? And so for the Oz Racing family, if they took it.
So good luck to the Oz Racing family and yourself, Gator. What were you thinking on Sunday night when you thought that when all these rumours were circulating?
I wasn't rapt about it because, as I said to you, I think I sent you a text, about 9 times out of 10, these are generally true.
Yes.
Or at least an aspect of them.
Yeah.
This was seemingly the 1 out of 10 where none of it was true.
No.
And I'm glad you've joined me too in the in being what's the word, mirrored or
the fake account.
Yeah, I've got a
Have
few.
you got one?
I've got a few parodies.
Have you
I've
got
got a few
one?
parodies going. Yeah, no, they're when they're done well and they're clever and funny, I can really get on board. When they're just rude and ignorant and it's you're obviously not super intelligent, some of them, but that's most of the human race too.
100%. You can be funny and you can take the PISS in a fun way if you want to set up a stupid parody account. But if you're starting to lie and cause mayhem, like a few of them have over the last couple of days or the couple of weeks, like the Ray Thomas one, he got everyone with Biwak going to a Caulfield Guineas. I had about 3 or 4 mates that actually backed Biwak. One mate had $500 on him. G'day, Jimmy. No, I'm not laughing. But he had $500 on Biwak for the Caulfield Guineas. You'll be at the Ascot Vale Hotel. But so you just got to be extra careful. You do. Because, and like it does look like they're Ray Thomas's account or my account because it's so, like mine was just an underscore. But thankfully they were taken down pretty quickly now. So anyway.
My one had a picture of Ryan Gosling, so everyone thought it was me.
I thought they would definitely have one with your singlet on. Anyway, let's get stuck in. We'll start with this Everest for our highlight race because we've been talking about Cane Rising. Now, he's $1.70 with Bet365. Jolly Star's $7. War Machine's been the big mover. He was $21 and now he's into $11 after the Barry draw. Jimmy Star's out to $12, Briasa $15, Lady Shenandoah $15, the Philly Tempted at $16, then Angel Capital at $20-1, Overpass at $51, Magic Time at $81, and Marzoo's at $100-1, and Jetty Bill is at $150-1. So how do you read this year's Everest, mate?
Yeah, I think it's pretty simple. So it's Cane Rising or it's wide open, and that the market sort of tells you that. And what that trial has done, as much as David Hayes, God love him, and he's a genius, his whole family are, from Colin Hayes through to himself and his boys, as much as they want to sugarcoat that, his trial wasn't great.
No.
For a horse of his quality. It was really good for a Bendigo benchmark 58, fabulous trial. But for him, it wasn't great. It was okay, and you can sugarcoat it any way you like. So that opens the door for all these other connections, jockeys, trainers, and punters, who all of a sudden you're telling me there's a chance.
Yeah. And Zach Purton said that the other day as well, yesterday when we had a chat to him. And so you have different conversations here. So David Hayes says Zach always plays it down because he's under so much pressure in Hong Kong when he rides these short price favourites. So he's worked it all out, how he deals with the media to sort of take the pressure off him a little bit, saying, the draw's no good and this horse flying, and they're gonna gang up on me in these type of races. So I asked him that question yesterday. I said, "Are you BSing us, Zach, regarding this trial? Are you saying that you're talking it down just to take a little bit of pressure off Carling Rising and yourself ahead of the big dance?" In fact, Paulie Sebastiani, this is what you can hear Zach in his own words. This is what he had to say to me yesterday.
If he's good enough, he wins. If he's not, he's not. Now, getting back to the trial, that's not him. If that horse turns up on Saturday, he will not be winning the Everest.
Yeah,
that was not good enough to win the Everest.
Yeah. So as simple as that, there, Gator.
Yeah, look, I wasn't quite going that far, but I don't ride the horse, so I'm not qualified for comment compared to him. I certainly take your point. Like I think psychology in sport is still amazingly, massively underrated. And if that's what works for him to perform at his best, then go for it. You see that in a myriad of sports, don't you, where you want to make yourself the underdog, play, and if it's only 1 or 2% that it gets you, then it gets you 1 or 2%. It can help you win. So I get all that. The bottom line is, when I went back and looked at his trial before he came here, and it was a 12-length win, untouched. Yeah. So there's no doubt he hasn't gone to that level, but there were excuses made for that. Now, we will get to find out on Saturday, but the bottom line is, and when I've done my form, I default to the best horse. If they all run to their best, all of them, he wins, and he wins easily. So that's what I'm doing.
Dangers? Are you surprised this money for War Machine?
Not surprised, no. I think he's certainly a proper Group 1 horse, and he was dynamite first up, and he is, you'd think, right with the Jimmy Stars and Briasas of this world. I think the filly Tempted is there to run really well. Yeah. Back to 1,200. Jolie Star was brilliant first up. Last spring, she was a bit flatter second up, but they've gapped her, kept the gap between runs this time.
Yep.
Second up in the autumn, she won a Newmarket when second up. So she can still be brilliant second up. And then you got Jimmy Star, who, as Kieran mentioned earlier to you, just needs to be within striking distance because he's still going to run a very similar last 600. But if he's 10 lengths off him, it won't matter what he runs.
Can I play a game with you, Gator? We do this with Mark Hunter on Friday mornings. Can they win or can't they win? Just the one answer as I go through these horses in the Everest. Is that okay?
I'll save you some time. So 10 of them are a yes if Carling Rising doesn't perform to his best.
So basically, if Carling Rising turns up, as you point out, it's all over. But if he doesn't, we don't have a clue, basically.
Well, we're not totally clueless, but extremely close to it, yeah.
Let's have a look at the Caulfield Cup. I hope for your sake, Gator, that you get that multi there on the weekend. But there's so many great stories, and it's been some build-up to this race as well. So, yeah, I can't wait for the Everest. What about the Caulfield Cup on Saturday, which is race 9 on the program? And just having a look at the market with Bet365, half yours at $2.90. Maidan's at $8. Depending on who you ask, some say he should be 20-1, some say he's a big chance. Rural Supremacy at $9, Vauban at $11, Middle Earth at $16. This is the horse that Kieran Maher tipped out of his 3. Birdman at 17, Deacon at 19. Golden Snap needs to finish in the top 8 in the Caulfield Cup to get into a Melbourne Cup. She's at 20-1. Revelaro at 20-1. Land Legend at $23. Sardozi hasn't been great this campaign. Basically, that's what Kieran said, so he has to put the blinkers on her. Adelaide River at 23. Absurd's the forgotten horse, I reckon, at 26. And Aussie Care said Valiant King can run a big race. He's out to $26, and he was sort of like it was a late decision to put him into a Caulfield Cup. And then you got Presage Nocturne, who Paul Bloodworth reckons will run a big race at $31. Plymouth, JD says we've got to back him the place at $61. And then Banker's Choice at $81. And River of Stars, who ran a mighty race in a Sydney Cup, is at 100-1, Gator. What are you thinking in the Caulfield Cup? Obviously, you love half yours, but who are his major dangers here?
Yeah, so I'll play it similarly to the Everest in that I'll take a few for a wider quaddie and get a good chance for a wide split, and make good money if we can get the other legs. Second quaddie will have Ka Ying Rising one out, and certainly have half yours one out as well. Yep. So he, as I say, look, he plummets in the weights. He beat home the likes of Deacon in the lead up. He meets him better at the weights. So he's just so well placed. Maidan, I think, bringing similar form lines to West Wind Blows is easy to like. Comes off a solid third in the September Stakes. There was daylight to fourth. The winner had Jan Bruegel form, who was being well spooked, according to the O'Briens, over the line in a Melbourne Cup before he didn't make the start line. There's Deacon, who I think is a key hope. And I agree, Middle Earth's perhaps the best of the roughies. He finally gets out to a staying trip, and he's not horrendously weighted for a horse who's performed at world-class levels. So
are you concerned at all with Gate 2, with half yours, that it's a good gate where Jamie can jump out, and if he jumps in a nice spot like he did in a Naturalism, he can settle nice and close. But she did have to push out in a Naturalism and have some luck at the right time. Are you concerned that there might be a lot of traffic around her when she does need to make her move with this horse?
Yes, because I'm still having nightmares of Buckaroo last year, who was shuffled back while Duke or something or other took off.
Yep.
And all of a sudden he looked up and he's 9 lengths off him and somehow still nearly won it. It was just tragic stuff. I'm almost over it.
Not quite.
But not fully. So look, he needs luck, but so does every horse that's ever raced in a race. So default to who you think will win. You factor in, of course, speed maps and all those sorts of things, but I'm not going to back an inferior horse hoping a good one gets no luck. I think that's the wrong recipe.
Yep. What about your D-Day horse?
Alrighty, we've done Swift Falcon.
Oh, no, sorry, D-Day. Night Watchman, sorry. Your Night Watchman. We know Night Swift Falcon is your D-Day horse.
I could find a few for the D-Day, mind you. But, alrighty, race 10, number 5, Abounding. Probably should have won last time and actually meets the horse 2.5 kilos better that she should have beaten. So, Miraval Rose is going to take some catching, but Abounding will be top pick in the Tristark Stakes and in the last race on the big 10-race card. So hopefully we can leave the track, inverted commas, metaphor, with plenty of dosh.
Yeah, Robbie Heathcote, he's done a wonderful job with Abounding, and she deserves to win a race this preparation in Melbourne. It's 9:52. We'll take a break. A host of questions are coming in. Oh, we've got no more breaks left. We can keep on rolling through. So let's get to your questions here, Gator. Can you go through the map for the Everest, please, your speed map? How do you see this race being run?
Yeah, look, I think the challenge with all of these horses, we know them really well.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's going to be too many surprises with the speed map. I think with Marzu in the race, that's what he likes to do. He likes to roll along at sort of Group 1 speed. So does Overpass. So that probably gives Ka-Ying Rising the trail on those. A couple others can be right there. We know Rothfire and even Briasa can box seat. But that's probably the speed, 1, 2, 3 there. And I expect them to be running Group 1 speed first half. No worries there.
Marzu just adds a little bit to this race, doesn't he? Because there was speed in the race without him, with Ka-Ying Rising and Overpass. But he just adds that little extra spice that I reckon if he wasn't in the race, he could definitely nearly put a line through Jimmy Starr in a way because they might not come back to the rest of the field. Those horses are on pace. But with Marzoo racing them in the early part, it might give them an opportunity to close late if they can get into the race somehow, Gator.
Yeah, look, there's no doubt. I think that's all well and truly true. I think we all agree, and the market tells you that Jimmy Star and those sort of horses probably have the likes of Overpass and Marzoo covered. But if you're spotting a mathematically impossible start, then it's exactly that, mathematically impossible. But Jimmy will run a great race. He's peaking right at the right time.
Thoughts on Engine of War in race 2 at Caulfield on Saturday, Gator, on his way to a derby?
God, could this have been a long division race? So I've got 5 horses, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 top-rated runners for the Oz Racing family, and I have to find a pecking order. The problem is I've got the 5th pick probably equal to the top pick, so it's one of those races where, if I was at the races playing, each race and trying to make money on each race, I'd be playing some heavy Quinellas. I think Engine of War can certainly win the race. He peeled wide a long way from home in the Derby trial. He nailed options late. He meets him a kilo better, and he was second up 15 to 1800. So you can argue he's got more upside into this race.
All right. Hey, Gator, sticking at this race now, I'm keen on options as my best bet of the day at Caulfield. I also think Lady Shenandoah will smash over the top and win the Everest. Thoughts on that, please? That's from Winkers. Just on that, Winkers, Calvin McAvoy, when talking about options, I don't reckon he was that bullish about his chances on Saturday from that gate around Caulfield. That was just how I felt when I was talking to him this morning.
Yeah, I heard that interview as well, and obviously they've got all eyes on the Derby, but he was terrific winning last start, so he's fit, flying. If he gets 3 wide with a trail, he's there to run really well. He is narrowly my top pick, but as I say, any of those 5, Order Mystery, Maywar, Arabian Prince, they can all win without any worries in the world. So I wouldn't be as confident as Winkers with my best bet, but, there's a way to find out. They'll race them. Lady Shenandoah will run well. I'd be surprised if she won, but I think she'll run really well.
Morning, Gator. Thoughts? Yeah, we just talked about the Caulfield Classic. One concern for half yours is the jockey is currently out of form at the moment. She seems to be not at her very best. That's Jamie Mellon that listener's talking about. I'd back Jamie in on Saturday from gate 2. I had a chat to her on Tuesday morning. She looks like she's in a great frame of mind. So I wouldn't worry about Jamie on Saturday, Gator. I got full faith.
No, the least of my concerns is Jamie Mellon riding my horse.
But it's a big moment for her as well in that Caulfield Cup, and like every big jockey's riding a favourite in a big race, she will be under a little bit of pressure come Saturday. If Zach Purton was to miss his flight, who should ride Kane Rising? I don't know who's thinking like that. Poor old Zach. I think Zach's got that much money. If he missed his flight, he would charter his own flight to Sydney to make sure that he is there to ride Kane Rising in.
It's a pity it's not Damien Lane. He could just run down.
Yes. Did he? I forgot to ask him yesterday. I think he did run the marathon. I don't know if he did on Sunday in Melbourne, but he was definitely riding at Seymour on Cup Day. But yeah, D Lane, what an athlete! He's flying. We should have a marathon for jockeys.
It would have been a hard backup though. He did Sydney a month ago, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Yeah. But he doesn't eat and does marathons, so yeah, he's a freak of an athlete.
Sure.
Hey, we've got to take a break. On the other side of it, we'll continue on your questions here on Giddy Up's Gators game plan, so don't go anywhere. 0499 736 736 to join us.
Saddle up, punters. For races 1 to 6 at Caulfield and Randwick, use your bet returns, and if your horse runs second or third, get a bonus bet back with Sportsbet.
What's gambling really costing you?
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. You're helping Australian families and communities thrive now and into the future. With every purchase, you support local workers, manufacturers, and growers who produce world-class products renowned for their quality, safety, and reliability. So, look for the logo the nation trusts and buy Australian.
If you're a professional tiler, you need to check out the Tile Works Rewards program at National Tiles. With a Gold membership, you'll be rewarded for making easier referrals. If your client buys tiles through us, you'll receive free glue and grout to complete the job. So get ahead of the game and join today.
Space is Tasman's secret weapon, with class-conquering head and shoulder room up front, a worksite worth of undersea storage in the rear, and a 240-volt socket in the tub that delivers best-in-class size. Its space is a secret you might want to keep to yourself.
Lend us your Tasman.
Kia Tasman. Test drive today.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Hey guys, Big Price here. Home Affairs filly. Beautiful, strong, sprinting filly. We've worked her, we know her, we like her. I would say race as a 2-year-old, then train on a 3-year-old. The same as her father, Home Affairs himself.
Home Affairs has made a mythical.
A beautiful filly, and we love her.
This outstanding filly will be ready to debut shortly, also has a first-class pedigree. Don't miss out. Call or email Peter now to avoid disappointment.
Live across the SEN track and RSN networks. And broadcasting live on racing.com. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up, Gareth Hall. David Gately with you for Gator's Game Plan. It's right on 10 o'clock. We've got another half an hour or so with Gator regarding your questions for this weekend's magical weekend of racing with Caulfield Cup Day and Everest Day. Carying has Mackaybe's third cup written all over it. The week leading in there was conjecture about the track, her fitness, etc. Years later, the whole team were laughing, saying we're just dialing up the theatre. Let's hope that's the case. It looks like when you look back at this week and you chat to David Hayes and Zach Purton, it'll be fascinating to just talk to them regarding what was going through their minds. And they've been pretty open about it, but just the pressure with all of this regarding Carying Rising, especially back in Hong Kong.
Yeah, that's right. And that's something that, they'll have to absorb, obviously, but it's nothing they're not used to either.
Yeah. Gareth, don't act like you're all over these fake accounts. You got sucked into Huey Bowman's back a few weeks ago. That's from Damo. I did actually get sucked into Huey Bowman's. I think it was something along the lines that he'll put his hand up to ride Treasure the Moment in the Fee and Stakes when Damien Lane got suspended, and I thought it was Huey, but yeah, I got fooled. So that's a good point, Damo. Morning, lads. How do you navigate the Punters Club when your best comes late in the day? I like this from Toby. Like Pride of Jenny and Miraval Rose, but patience may be wearing thin amongst the group by then. That's from Toby. Well, my advice to you, Toby, I don't know about you, Gator, was just to say, boys, Pride of Jenny is going to give you one hell of a sight. She's at $5 and you need to be backing her on Saturday, and it'll be well worth the ride. So it'll give you something to look forward to anyway by the time race 9 rolls along at Randwick on Saturday, Gator.
Yeah, for sure. No, you're going to get a great sight. There's no doubt. And you trust the stable to have them there fit and well. If she's good enough, she can win the race. So
how do you go about being patient, Gator, however, when your best is towards the back end of the day?
Yeah, no, I'm pretty confident I can handle that. What some people do is actually have that bet earlier on in the day. So yes. That's not a bad way to play it either.
I'm no good like that. If I see like the track playing like it is, I think, oh, you better have something on that. Like I'm no good leaving these good balls outside off stump. If I get a half volley, I want to whack it, and usually you get a nick to slip. But you do have to be disciplined. So yeah, I'd save your money for Pride of Jenny. Merv, this is a great question. He says, morning, Gareth and Gator. Can you please ask the great man how he measures a horse like Maidan or any other of the internationals? Does he apply the same metrics as he does our horses or slightly different?
For international horses?
Yes, yeah. So how do you rate those horses and then try and work out how they'll go in this country? Maidan's a perfect example. So
yeah.
Do you listen to the team saying he's as good as West Wind blows? How do you go about it?
Yeah, so I think you have to factor all that in. So obviously the form lines are easy to find these days in the modern world. You can find their runs on replay and strength of opposition and times, But what the key is to most of these athletes is how they get here and acclimatise. We've seen horses like Media Puzzle, who I think there's been many a better horse than him, from international rate, but he came here and thrived. So I think that's the real key to it. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the most difficult part of it all. Like, horses will improve out of sight under the Australian conditions. Like Zach pointed out with Kane Rising, like he's probably done better from a physical point of view. Like they thought he would lose a lot more weight with his travelling, but all of a sudden he gets to Australia, instead of being in those boxes in Hong Kong, he sees green grass, he breathes in clean air, he doesn't have other horses around him, and he's just probably lapped it up a little bit too much. So, yeah, it's horses for courses in a way. And then Willie Haggis's horses, they just improve out of sight. Not out of sight, but they do find a few lengths when they come to Canterbury. So, as you point out, that's the toughest part about the internationals, is that you can do all of the homework, you can watch the replays, but the horse can't talk to you and say, hey, I far prefer Australia than I do the UK or France. Good morning. What is your thoughts on Mr. Brightside? That's from Andrew. He's got a tough gate, hasn't he, Gator?
Yeah, look, I think with him, he's the one that's, completely bulletproof.
Yeah.
So he just wouldn't even know how to run an average race. So, I've seen him sit wide and win. I've seen him heavy, bottomless tracks, bone-dry tracks. There's just nothing. He's no chinks in his armour. He's one of those very rare athletes. So he was there to run well, because that's what he does every time he races.
Can we get your parlay 2 and 3? I think a few of our listeners, in fact, Barplate says, I would like to guess Gators Caulfield parlay 2 and 3 before it's announced. All right, here we go. Wait a sec. I'll just get my Caulfield fields up once again. So race 7, number 1. This is at Caulfield. That'll be Apocalyptic. And then race 9, number 15, which is half yours. And race 10, number 1, Miraval Rose. How's bar plates gone there, Gator?
Yeah, we might need bar plates off. So he's got two of the legs in. Yes. Apocalyptic and half yours. The first leg will be Tentress, though, for the parlay 2-3. I've got Miraval Rose second pick behind Abounding, but yeah, not much between them.
So race 9, number 15. You've got race 7, number 1, and Tentyrus. That's what we're calling him these days in the Gothic. He's race 4, number 2. Beautiful. So race 7, number 1, race 9, number 15, race 4, number 2 is your Caulfield parlay. Do you have a Sydney one?
Yep. So Randwick race 3, horse number D-Day is Swift Falcon.
No way, Gay. You're not putting Swift Falcon in your parlay 2 and 3, are you?
And the first leg of it, so I'll know my fate pretty early.
Geez, the assistant coaches are yelling at you here, Gator. What are you doing? But this is faith in that football player that you're backing in. Well done.
Yeah, no, I'm with him. Race 6, number 15, Generosity. Into race 9, number 10, My Girl, Fangirl.
All right, then. That's interesting with Fangirl. I'll ask you that question. There's a few questions coming through regarding the King Charles. Surely Pride of Jenny being in that race hurts her chances, Gator. Because she never, I don't know about you, but I reckon her biggest kryptonite is fast run 1,600 metres. She just doesn't finish off.
Yeah, well, let's find out.
Yes.
I think when she's ridden nice and cold, stone cold, a fast speed's ride suits her ideally. You saw that in the Cox Play, where she arguably should have won it. But when she's ridden a bit closer, it just takes that dulls her finish, doesn't it? But they've worked her out. They know her extremely well. She'll get the dry track she loves as well, you think.
I have a big ticket on Mating Call in the 1,000 guineas at 100 to 1, the win, and $26 the play. Please give me some good news, Gator.
Okay, I missed the name of the horse.
That's Mating Call in the 1,000 guineas.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think she's a really good filly. Look, she's got the similar problem to all of these, that it just depends on Apocalyptic. And, I'm having nightmares this meeting last year watching Aliana somehow get beaten in this race when she was the best horse by a similar margin to Buckaroo, should have won a Caulfield Cup by, but she didn't get around the track and she got beaten. So that's the danger and that opens the door for the likes of Maiden Call and these sort of girls.
Can you ask Gator about Mayfair in Sydney, please? He's an interesting horse because he has trialled nicely. He was formerly trained by the Snowdens. He was a Newgate horse and he was purchased by Derby Racing, now with the all-conquering B. Baker.
Yeah, look, the trial was great.
Yeah.
And he's got really similar form lines to a few in the race if he can get back to his best. And off the trial, you'd think he could easily do that. I mean, he Group 1 placed to broadsiding. So, it's very easy to tie that form in with the key rivals in this race. So he's one of those where he's going to go in my wider bets for insurance, but he won't be top pick.
Gad, I reckon Sabarge in race 8, the former South Australian, who's now with Price and Ken Jr. at Randwick, is the best bet of the day. And at the $6 is a great price. Where do you have Sabarge in your selections? That's from Tim.
Yeah, really promising horse. Yet to miss the Quinella. They picked a good race for it, though.
Yeah.
Linebackers just trialled like Farlap, and you got Gerringong, who's going to give a great side as well. So, look, I got Sabarge third pick. The trial was good. Certainly not linebacker good, but easy to like the reserve bank Giga Kick form as well from Sabarge. So he'll be third pick, but he'll go in that wider quaddie.
What do you think about the highway? What do you think about highway strip in the highway? Doing so much wrong, has been given time and gear changes. If it puts it all together, could run well at $50. Last prep sat wide, no cover, and was just beaten on the line by Clear Thinking, who was $5 here. This is in the feature race for the Kosciuszko, of course, on Saturday.
Yeah, I like the concept of the race, and the race itself has been, really good. It's throwing up group horses, and I mean, I don't have anything to add. That's a great case made for that horse. You can make exactly that case with luck and running. I thought Gallant Star, similarly, could run a great race at a very backable price. Ran really well in the race last year from back and wide. This time draws a gate and gets a dry track. Only ever been beaten once on a dry track. So, look, Front Page is the best horse, no doubt. But he's now rising 10, isn't he? So, there are some little question marks.
Yeah, I love the concept of the Kosciuszko as well. There's going to be a big crowd there with a lot of the slot holders, and a lot of the country trainers get a great opportunity to race for some terrific prize money. Hey, we'll take a break on the other side of it. Geez, these questions are flowing through. We'll run through your questions. Obviously, the selectors talking to the coach here with Gator's game plan straight after this. This is Giddy Up on this Thursday morning. Great to have your company on racing.com, SEN Track and RSN.
This is a big one for you racing fans. Bet365 are giving you a boost on every single race.
That's right, and there will be a mega boost every single day of Spring Racing 2025, giving you bigger odds on the biggest races.
Download the app, check out their mega boosts, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
Pro Nature, an advanced multi-strain probiotic, works by flooding the gut with billions of naturally occurring beneficial bacteria that are essential for intestinal good health. Using Pro Nature every day protects your valuable animals and birds by establishing and maintaining a healthy gut, protecting them from scours, reducing digestive upsets and stress while maintaining good health. It's naturally safe and ideal for animals of all ages. Pro Nature is available in a wide range of packs from International Animal Health.
Bonus if it loses? That's an easy watch.
Punt with Ladbrokes this Everest Day. Activate your offer, then place a fixed win bet at Randwick, and if it loses, get your stake back in bonuses. Chances are you're about to lose.
Don't miss From the Trainers Tower every Tuesday. We'll bring you the latest track talk with all the insight on who to follow. It's all happening Tuesdays before race day, only on racing.com.
Live across the SEN Track and RSN networks. and broadcasting live on racing.com. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
You're listening to Giddy Up on SEN Track, RSN, and also on racing.com, all brought to you by Bet365. And the first race at Caulfield on Saturday and the Caulfield Cup. If your bet doesn't win, you'll receive bet credits equal to your stake up to $30. That's because it's never ordinary at Bet365. Subject to availability, eligible customers only. Terms and conditions apply. What are you really gambling with? For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au. So basically a free hit at the first race at Caulfield and also the Caulfield Cup. Hi, Gator. How do you see the 1,000 Guineas and Apocalyptic? Also, do you think she profiles as a Golden Eagle horse next season? 1,500 seems a sweet spot at this point, and the males seem to be the only danger. What do you reckon there, Gator?
Yeah, well, certainly that's certainly a long-range prediction. No doubt, 13 months away, 12 and a half. But I would imagine it would be a logical target.
Yeah.
But look, let's get through Saturday first and get around Caulfield. She doesn't have to do that to win a Golden Eagle, but she has to do that to win on Saturday. And all she does is remind me of Aliana. So I think best horse in the race, but has to get around the track.
Hey, GGs, when Gator mentions his one-out quaddies like one by one, does he always do it as a quaddie or a four-leg all-up option? I'm guessing at this time of the year when the pools are much larger, it's maybe beneficial to do it as a quaddie, but when the pools are smaller, would the four-leg option be the way to go? That's from Wheels.
Great question. I just take the quaddie, so I don't even overthink it. It's not like I get them every week, so it's not a major issue, but I think we should have got it last week at Rose Hill with General Salute, Good Thing Lick. That would have been a one-out quaddie. It would have been really nice, but, it was a bit disappointing given he was $9, but that's racing. I get it, but when you get it right, you want to be rewarded, so it was a bit frustrating.
Hey, Gator, what do you think of Within the Law's chances in the King Charles with only 48 on her back? Been a little unlucky this prep. That's from Taylor from Tuncurry. G'day, Taylor.
Yeah, she's a really good mare, filly, isn't she? She tries her backside off and has a great will to win, appetite for the contest. So everything you love about an athlete. The problem for her is, they're probably just too fast for her, in a fast run 1,600. But the weights gives her a chance to be competitive.
Why can Vauban win a Caulfield Cup there, Gator?
I think he could if he was weighted, before he achieved what he's achieved. So, if he was half yours now, he'd get him with 52.5, wouldn't he? But he doesn't. He gets him with 58.5. So he still ran a great race in the Metrop with the weight. I'm not buying into the unlucky thing. I think he was well ridden. But the challenge for him is that it's a handicap.
Yep.
If it was set weights, weight for age, he's probably right at the top of the betting.
Yeah. Mongo Matt says, boys, any thoughts on future Frankie and the Ethereal for Mark Walker on Saturday? Stood out like a beacon first start, or has this come too soon?
Probably both. I think two things can be true at once, as they say. And I agree, stood out like dog's ears. On debut.
Yeah.
We'll eat 2,000 metres. But, can we get there to Ethereal to start number 2 is a big challenge, isn't it? So I've had a bet each way, inverted commas, so 6th top-rated runner.
Okay, there you go. Gator, please, Swift Falcon should have been traded for a bag of salt and vinegar chips in trade week. There you go.
Oh, jeez. That's a bit harsh. Gee, the trade week's been busy.
It's been interesting. I wonder how I know Merritt loves his racing as well. He's Will Bourne's brother-in-law. Now, Will Bourne said he was going to go to Hawthorn, so he was wrong, of course. So it'd be interesting first day back at back at pre-season training anyway for Merritt when he gets back into the swing of it. Anyway, this is a racing show. Hi, Gator. Thoughts on Autumn Mystery on Saturday at Caulfield? That's from Kath. G'day, Kath.
Yeah, one of the 5 winning hopes. Yep. I think, there's in such a game of inches.
Yeah.
So what do you do with this race? So Autumn Mystery beat Engine of War and Options.
Yeah.
You can argue second and third were a touch unlucky. Options goes to Caulfield, beats Maywa narrowly, little gap third. Arabian Prince steams home into, late. So it comes into the picture, fitter further, ticks. I'm finding it really hard to split them up. So any of those 5, I think, can win the race without surprising. Luckily it's not a leg of the quaddie, because we don't need all 5.
To tell you the truth, I hate this race every year, the Classic, because it's around Caulfield, and we've seen so many of these 3-year-olds just struggle around Caulfield. And the other part why they do struggle in a way is that they go so slow in this race usually, because they know that they want to try and get to a derby and there's bigger fish to fry in a way. So It's always an ugly race. And we've seen some very short price favourites go down in this race. The perfect example was bloody Riff Rocket that day after he come off that brilliant victory in the superimpose there at Flemington. So it's always an ugly race. And options didn't even want to go there. But because they've got the other Godolphin runner who wants to go to Moonee Valley, they needed to split them up, I think. So,
okay.
I'll leave that one to the keeper. I love this question here. Hi, Gareth. Ask David's thoughts on Charles Wolf and the King Charles. I reckon he'll run a mighty race. And I had this debate, and you're going to say I'm an idiot, Gator, which I don't blame you, but I reckon he'll beat Fangirl home on Saturday.
Ooh. Because it feels like a side bet coming.
Yeah, we'll have lunch on this because of the pride of Jenny factor. He'll finally get a truly run race. I take your point.
Yeah. And Cheer Wolf's going okay. He wasn't far off Fangirl, of course, and then ran really well in the Epsom with his big weight. So, look, he's going well. He's just not the horse they thought he'd be. You can cut and paste it any way you like, and they thought he was the next star. He's not that, but he's a good horse. He's running in Group 1 races and he's running well in them.
Who excited Gator more yesterday, Nitro or Regal Award? That's from Murph.
Ooh, I think Regal Award. I mean, I had him 3rd pick in the Caulfield Guineas. Obviously, I was keen on Autumn Boy, and now I'm very, very glad he didn't make the start line because our double might have been shot given what he did yesterday. And I've been a big fan of his raw talent for a long time. Yeah. He's a Group 1 winner in waiting, I think, that horse.
Interesting. David Taggart's just arrived. He's a bit upset because James McDonald was meant to come on our show, but he's sweating today. So Tags wanted to tell James that he didn't make his top 6 in his jockey ranks. So he just banged on the wall. So I apologise there for that distraction. Now, tell me this, Gator. Hey, Gator Gareth, thoughts on these 2 jets? Tentyrus surely wins if this is going to be a serious contender for Coolmore, and Abounding, where you're tipping Abounding. So, and after Kaying Rising salutes for the multi, you can load up on Observer next week in the VAR. That's from Scotty from Baldwin. So he's on the same page as you, basically.
Hopefully he's a very good judge because, I'm with Tentyrus. I was with him first up.
Yeah.
And I saw the big betting drift and I thought, damn it, he's half a run short. Then I'm watching the race. He weaves through and he looks to win. I thought, cop it, betting drift. We're cashed up now. And he just didn't quite finish it off. So he'll be much fitter. The stable have openly said there's still more to come, but he's my top pick. Abounding, we've mentioned, definitely top pick.
Yeah.
And Kay, you can give us strength there.
Just back on Regal Award before I was really interrupted by David Taggart. That Tommy Stokes was interesting. A few jockey managers rang him up and said, you should go down that Cox Plate path. And as you pointed out, if they did get a start in the Caulfield Guineas, I reckon we would have been talking about him as one of the major chances, or definitely the 3-year-old that we think that would be really competitive in a Cox Plate.
That's the first time on on Wednesday, that he actually did almost everything right.
Yeah.
He'd been an absolute. I described him as a clown on Sky, and that's I'm not being degrading. I'm not trying to impugn him, but he just his own bringing himself undone all the time. He's a better horse than Navy Pilot, but Navy Pilot beat him at Sandown, and so those that tipped Navy, well done. The best horse didn't win, but he came out and proved that he's a better horse than all them on Wednesday, and. Now that he's starting to do everything right, you're seeing the real Regal Award.
Spike from Tassie says, I'm an old codger and I've seen some good front runners, Faux Rogues, Sunline, Might and Power. If Pride of Jenny knocks this field off, she must surely have a spot amongst them names in history. Do you think, though, Gai Waterhouse's horse Royal Patronage will be a pest in the race? Got on your Spike from Tassie.
Well, first things first, I haven't heard the word codger for 15 years. I'm writing that down. I'm going to bring it back into the... Yeah, it's got to come back into the vernacular for sure, just given my vintage as well. But, yeah, look, she's... look, you wouldn't think she's in Vogue and Might and Powers camp, but not many are.
No.
She's very good in her own right. She doesn't have to be them. She can only be herself, right?
Yeah.
So she's a ripper. I think the Royal something or other Patronage can certainly be a fly in the ointment, but she can't go as quick as Pride of Jenny can.
Yeah. No, bring it on. It will, like, the roar you'll hear all around the country if she sits in front as they swing for home there in the King Charles. Hi, Gator. Fangirl doesn't fire this weekend. Is it time to find a new filly to take home to mum? Cheers from Big Boy. That's Michael.
Well, she comes off a win, you know, in very fast time. Beat Lindemann, who came out and was a brilliant winner. And as I say, I wonder what her record would be if she had even luck every time she raced. I think you'd find it'd be, she'd be mentioned with, you know, in the Champions tag. So she gets her chance third up on Saturday. I'm with her, but and I might get a free lunch out of it, apparently.
Yes. I reckon I'm so confident with that, Gator, that you'll be shouting me lunch, especially. You might go to Nobu. G, I don't know if you can wear a singlet into Nobu, however. G, please ask Gator how he thinks Caulfield is going to play on Saturday. Found it very hard to read on Saturday with Globe winning from the front, then Giga Kick coming from last. That's from Bailey. Well, that's just a good track, Bailey, but I see your point.
Yeah, I think the difference was the shoot races. So the sprint races or shoot races, one turn, I don't think it was overly impactful. 1 leader, 1 Point Barrow and Giga Kick swooped. Pretty much all the circle races were dominated nearer the speed with the wind and the dry track. So, look, track played really well yesterday with a 12-metre. You know, you could sit wide and win. You could run on and win. So I'm hoping 3 metres Saturday, level playing field. That's what I'm banking on.
Gator, can Vivier actually win this week? I've been following this horse since the 2024 Caulfield Cup Day, and it's a constant flashing light. I need to get my money back from this horse. That's from Cooper.
Yeah, look, I think she's a winning hope. Absolutely, she was really good first up on a day. A reference at Newcastle. Not many were making this sort of ground, and she's well and truly proven second up.
Yeah.
Can she beat Swift Falcon? Well, yeah, because a lot of horses do. But Swift Falcon on top for me.
Jay from Adelaide says, hey, Gator, opinion on War Machine the Everest with the draw. I think it's perfect for him. And the money suggests he'll be
I think he'll run
very competitive,
No, I think he will be exactly that, really competitive. You know, likely crossing the line with Briasa, those sort of horses. Whether or not they're in front at the end of the race will depend on what Ka-Ying does.
Yeah. 4:15 to 5:35, the best hour and a half of racing all year. That probably sums it up perfectly, whoever that was. So, Gator's been a lot of fun with Gator's game plan. Just run through your key player.
Yep, key player, race 9, number 15 at Caulfield, half yours.
The Alini Stakes is your long division race. Your D-Day horses with Falcon. Who are you tipping in the Caulfield Cup? Half yours, of course. Who are you tipping in the Everest?
Yep. Ka-Ying.
And then your Night Watchman is the mare from Queensland, Abounding. What about your parlay 2 and 3 before we let you go? And because you're a good bloke, you're giving us 2 parlays. We'll start with the Caulfield one.
Sort of going.
Yes, you are.
All right. Race 4, Tetris. Race 7 is Apocalyptic. Into race 9, half yours. That's a parlay 2-3 at Caulfield.
So that's race
He's playing
4.
at Randwick? Or?
Yeah, we'll just race 4, number 2, race 7, number 1, race 9, number 15, and the Randwick one.
Alrighty. Again, parlay 2-3 win. Race 3, I'll give you the
Number
race numbers
5.
and save you some effort. Race 3, number 5. Race 6, number 15 is Generosity. Into race 9, number 10, Fangirl.
It's the Omen bet with you, Generosity there. Race 6, number 15. Hey, Gator, hopefully we see you next Thursday, of course, at the Ascot Vale Hotel, but we appreciate you as always and enjoy, of course, Everest Day and Caulfield Cup Day on Saturday. And the Oz Racing fam, all you need to do is go to ozracing.com. Is it .au or just .com?
Just .com.
Yeah, beautiful. And you can join the Oz Racing family and have some fun with Gator, and you can get all of those multis with the futures And you should be winning this Saturday, hopefully, if Kaying Rising can get the chocolates. But have a great day, mate, and we'll catch up with you on Monday.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Good luck Saturday, punters.
There's David Gately for Gators Game Plan. I am privileged, and this is a bloody honour. Straight after this break, the six-timer, the man that's done it all, and he's become a bigger name off the track. And he's so excited to be here, full of enthusiasm and love. The great David Taggart will be joining me next right here on Giddy Up on this Thursday morning. Don't go anywhere because I give you the tip. You do not want to miss this.
Race jumps in two. Got to be quick.
You need something quick? I got something blistering. 5 for 25 from PointsBet. It's like hot sauce, but for racing. 5 taps, and it's on.
Yeah, that's hot.
Aw, thanks, babe.
5 for 25 from PointsBet, now available on racing. Yeah, that's built different.
Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
It's real action, real people, real close. Sunday, October 26 and Sale is as real as it gets at the Ladbroke Sale Cup. It's a day you don't want to miss. It's real social with real down-to-earth vibes, live entertainment, kids' activities, and fantastic hospitality options. As real as it gets in Sale, Sunday, October 26. Book real soon at country.racing.com.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. You're helping Australian families and communities thrive now and into the future. With every purchase, you support local workers, manufacturers, and growers who produce world-class products renowned for their quality, safety, and reliability. So look for the logo the nation trusts and buy Australian.
Sport and racing aren't meant to stand still. At Bet Deluxe, we bring the action to life with daily specials, premium features, and a deluxe betting experience. So no matter who you are, you can enjoy every moment, every play, and every race. Especially with bonus back this Saturday. If your runner finishes second to last, you're on a winner with Bet Deluxe.
What's gambling really costing you? For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
Live across the SEN track and RSN networks. And broadcasting live on racing.com. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Great to have your company on this Thursday morning. All thanks to Bet365. You're listening to us on SEN Track and RSN and watching us on racing.com. Don't forget the 6-horse challenge. We can have some fun with this each and every Saturday. So if you're an existing customer, head over to the racing section and submit your selections for a chance to win $100,000. Don't worry if you don't get all 6 right. You still receive cash if you pick 4 or 5 right. Those races this week are Caulfield race 7, 8 and 9 and Randwick race 7, 8 and 9. Well, it's a privilege and an honour to have this man on our show, on my show here once again, Giddy Up, because he doesn't really get out of bed in the mornings. He's taken the week off, would you believe, on nearly the biggest week of racing. But he's joined me on a Thursday to give us his jockey seats, and he might have a winner for us for a Caulfield Cup or an Everest. He's the captain of SEN Track. He's a 6-time winning Group 1 jockey. His name is David Taggart, and he joins us here on racing.com, SEN Track and RSN. Hello to you, Tags.
Good morning, Gary.
How you been, mate? Boy, you look
You're kidding me.
You look upset.
I was here on one proviso.
What?
If you can get your mate J-Mac on too.
Yes.
Because I've had yesterday off. Wednesdays, of course, synonymous with of course my jockey seats. And I thought I'll come in today and you'll get your little mate on, J-Mac.
Yeah.
And we could do the jockey seats together. Because J-Mac's always in my jockey seats, and I thought it'd be great to have him on. But you said he's in the sauna now because he's got to go to Hawkesbury today.
Well, he's got a couple of rides.
Did you just work out that he's
Hawkesbury.
riding in Hawkesbury this morning, did you?
Yeah, I think.
He would have been booked for those rides a week ago, but yet you still told me to come in.
You said like I don't understand a life in a jockey, so sometimes they have to go and do what they need to do.
Well, he wasn't put down to ride those 2 horses today, mate.
When was the last time he's been in Hawkesbury? I don't think
he
he's
rode
ever...
a double there not so long ago.
Did he?
Yeah. On a wet track.
So Caulfield Cup...
Or that could have been Newcastle.
Yeah, Caulfield Cup Day tags. It's a great day, isn't it?
You haven't had a look yet.
Yeah, but from history, like you're brought up around
Caulfield.
Caulfield.
One of the four majors.
Have you got how many Caulfield Cups did you ride in?
I rode in 3.
Yeah.
Rode in 3. Run third. Probably should have nearly won it. Doremus' Caulfield Cup.
What happened that year?
Went a little bit early. I had Ollie in a pocket.
Yeah.
And I remember like it was yesterday. I turned to my left. He turned to the right. Sounds like a Miley Cyrus song, eh? Saw the Hollywood sign.
Yeah.
Anyway, and then I had Rodney Griffiths coming around me on Count Shivers, and I had about 51 on me back, and I thought I'll get going and make them chase rather than me chase Count Shivers and let him go around me. And so I hit the front at the top of the straight, and they got me within the last 100 metres. And in doing so, I let Ollie out on him. So if I'd waited another 100, 150 metres and let Count Shivers go, who's to say I would have still won? We don't know, but I could tell you this Doremus wouldn't have won because he wouldn't have got out.
So you're revealing here that you actually made a mistake.
Yeah, it wasn't. That's one of little, but didn't have many. But yeah, that was one big one. But
do you often think about that?
I'd haunt you. Again, who's to say she still would have won? As I said, you can't count Shivers if I let it go, and then you say, well, then why do you get take off?
Yeah.
When it took off, so it sort of half flushed me out. But it was a tale of what ifs.
What's it like for a week then if you have to, like for these jocks here on Saturday, they have to get down to their weight? It's tough,
correct.
Is it?
It's hard to enjoy it.
Yeah.
I enjoyed riding in the Cox Plate more because you weren't wasting, right?
Yeah.
Caulfield Cup, Melbourne Cups being handicaps, I was always had the light weights, and you're having 5 fillets of fresh air and a glass of water, aren't you, for the last 2-3 days leading into it?
That's the amazing part about the jocks, like to do what they do for such a big day when there's a massive crowd, so much prize money, and the trainers and owners have these expectations on these athletes to go and perform at their best. But they put their bodies through so much to get down to a weight to ride in a handicap, and then for them to perform at their best, it's hard. So much admiration for them,
well, the ambulance followed you around too. It's as you say, it's the most dangerous land job in the world. But the thing is that, and these races are always the second last or third last race on a 10-race program. So these jocks, they've basically got their weight, and they've got to have 3 or 4 or 5 rides prior to that as well. So, your legs do become like jelly at times with the lactic acid kicking in when you've lost so much weight, but the adrenaline keeps gets you through it. But it's always tough, and even though you haven't eaten for a couple of days, you're not hungry, you're thirsty. All you want to do is have a litre of water.
Because that's there. Like, you can't drink water because that puts on weight.
Doesn't matter if you have a beer or water or a Coke. It doesn't really matter.
No.
It's if you're having 100 mils, you're putting on 100 grams. So.
Let's get to your jockey seats.
Now on SEN Track, Tags Jockey Seeds.
Storm Alert and Kylie Kwong. Hollow Bullet lifting late. Storm Alert, Kylie Kwong. Hollow Bullet. I think she's got there. Hollow Bullet by a nose.
And as I said, it's a privilege to have you on my show for your jockey seats.
This is why I wanted J-Mac. Like, has he ever in a VRCH winner?
Yes, he has, actually.
Well, no one likes a big noter, right?
No.
Yeah, Zardozy. I hope he's listening because
he will be.
These are all important jockey seeds, and he's, you know what, he's always in there.
The jockey seeds, how do they work?
Well, it's a week by week.
Yeah.
He's been dropping. I think he was third on the list last week because he just hasn't been riding the Group 1 winners like Willow has and a few of the other boys. So, well, I'll get to it. And, of course, 6 Group 1 winners, so I've got a top 6.
Yes.
So starting at the bottom.
Yes.
Riding in good form, this kid. Come out of his apprenticeship, 6 months ago?
Yep.
Rode a quartet on Saturday, including a Group 3.
Yes.
Zach Lloyd. Rose Hill.
And he picks up the ride on nepotism in a Cox Plate as well.
Does he? Yes, 48.5. Hopefully he doesn't get lost.
Yeah.
Like he did last year or the year before.
Yes.
On Evaporate. Did he ride Evaporate?
No, he didn't. No. That was Andrea Zini who comes here for the Caulfield Cup.
What did he get lost on then?
Militarise.
Oh, yeah, but he's a bit more seasoned now.
Correct. I'd back him in, Zachy Lloyd. He looks well.
Problem is he should be riding a few more at Moonee Valley to get a better look because it is a unique track.
Yeah.
All right, number 5. He's been hovering, around 4, 5 and 6 in my seeds. And he rode a double on the weekend in Sydney.
I know.
Group 2 or Group 3 winner, plus $1.5 million race.
I know which
The Hippo, out of my Hieronymus. He's riding well.
He's done a good job.
He's riding very well.
He's getting more opportunities outside of the Waterhouse and Bot camp as well.
Well, his weight stops him a little bit.
Yeah.
All right, who do you think is going to be number 4? Your mate?
Mark Zara?
No.
Who, J-Mac?
No. All right, his kid, he went 2 from 2 at Caulfield on Saturday, and he's riding up a storm. His strike rate is probably one of the best going around, especially his Metro strike rate.
Yes.
Group 1 winning jockey, and he was in my seeds 2 weeks ago, of course.
Yeah.
Ben Allen.
B. Allen, I love that.
Group double, he rode at Caulfield.
Underrated, Benny Allen. Underrated.
Very underrated. I've got a lot of time for him.
Who's more cooler, Zach Lloyd or Benny Allen?
I think Benny Allen's more of a lair, isn't he?
Yeah.
With the blonde hair and
the DJ.
Thinks he's Billy Idol.
Yeah. So Zach Lloyd 6, the Hippo 5, Benny Allen 4.
Who do you think number 3 is?
It has to be Lane will be in the conversation. Zara?
Who do you think number 3 is?
Who? I don't know.
You think your mate, J-Mac?
No, J-Mac, no.
No. No, B. Shin.
B. Shin, yep.
All right,
He's
great
in good
ride on
form.
Globe. Group 1 ride on Globe. Just missed the Toorak. Nearly rode a Group 1 double.
Yep.
Okay, so B. Shin.
We know
Number
J-Mac's
3.
probably not in it then because that's why you wanted him on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
So
Don't ruin the party for everyone.
Who's number 2?
Who do you think number 2 is?
It has to be
J-Mac?
either Lane or Zara.
Zara, number 2.
It was a great ride on Transatlantic.
Got left alone, but what I liked how he was so positive out of the gates.
Won it at the start.
Correct.
Yep.
And I always say you can't win races at the start, which you just said you can, but you sure as hell can lose them.
Correct.
Right? But what he did was he was positive out of the gates. As soon as he got there, he just stacked and racked. He was very lucky no one took him on.
No.
Blake, his ride on Evaporate wasn't bad, but Zara's ride was just the perfect 10 out of 10 ride in that touring. And, of course, he won on Giga Kick.
Yeah. Well, he did win that race.
And don't
at the
forget,
start.
these are always from Wednesday to Tuesday as well,
Correct.
these jockey
Yep.
seats. And number 1, of course, he rode a Group double, of course, Group 1.
Choo-choo.
And a Group 3. Was it Group 3 or Group 2?
Oh, too good. Group 3.
Yeah, Group 3 mares race. And, of course, he won the Guineas. I'll forgive him for Whiskey on the Hill. That was my best. Still trying to get out.
Yeah.
Oh, mate, how far should have won by? But that wasn't his fault. He rode it too good, box eating. But Damien Lane goes number 1.
There we go. So this is the first time in history McDonald's been left out of your top 6.
I think so, yeah. We've been doing this close to, 15 months, 16 months now, and I think it's the least that J-Mac, unless he goes away on holiday. Oh, he drops out when he goes to Hong Kong, of course, to ride.
Zach Lloyd 6, Hippo 5, Benny Allen 4, B Shin 3, Zara 2, D Lane 1.
Yes.
A lot of love for you, Tag, saying
Pretty good.
They missed you yesterday. Yeah, it's a great
Yes,
list.
I know. Also, I got next Thursday off, haven't I?
No, you'll be there for the Ascot Vale Hotel. You know, now this is what...
Well, I'm not even on the list.
No, you're going there.
Panelists.
So
Am I meant to be on the panel or not?
Yeah, 100%.
But why am I on the list then?
Because Schultz wants to make it, the man who runs the Ascot Vale Hotel, he's going to make a big scene.
I would have just gone anyway, right?
No.
Because they're the coldest spots in Melbourne.
Yeah, 100%. So you need to go to the Ascot Vale Hotel on Instagram, go to their bio, click on their link and you can buy a ticket. You're going to be interviewing Zara and McDonald. So I'm looking forward to that.
No, I get interviewed. I don't do any interviewing.
Yeah, but it will be a little bit of fun. You'll be on the panel with those two jockeys.
Is Tommy Papley going to turn up?
Yeah, Tommy Papley will be there.
Because I've seen him in 2 grand finals and he hasn't turned up for either of them.
Wayne Hawkes will be there. Everyone will be there. So it'll be good fun.
Everyone just dropped their jaw about that.
I know.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Tommy Papley might not turn up now. Hey, good on you,
it's
Takes.
something that I'm used to.
Well done to the Melbourne Football Club. You got rid of your 2 best players, so we wish you the best of luck for
What
next
about
season.
that? And half our back line as well.
you might
and
have
coach.
to play. Yeah.
I'm having dinner with him tonight too.
Who?
Paul Guerra, the
Hey.
CEO. Yeah, I'll give him a piece of my mind.
Yes. What would you say to him?
Well, no, what I'm going to say to him.
Well, Takes, you have a great day. You'll be on air on Saturday.
How did he sack Goodwin?
Don't know.
Mate, he did what no man did in 60 years.
Yeah. Won a premiership.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Anyway,
sayonara.
I'm running late.
Anyway, thanks, Gary. Anyway, don't ask me to come in again. I was hoping J-Mac was in, but anyway.
No, you can come on.
Pleasure, Gary, anytime.
We'll get him on next week.
I love you like a son.
Good on you. Good on you, Tags. Go on, my son. Have a great day. That's David Taggart, the 6-timer, joining us here on Giddy Up. We'll take a break. We'll come back with Bag of Tips next.
Everyone's in on the action this spring. Cam's on a track walk.
Get off.
Security! Harry's on hay fever tabs. Oh, heavy 10. Fran's on a first fall. And Phil's on his 5th appetizer. But the one thing they're all on is the Sportsbet app. With Black Book, race previews and replays, it's got everything you need all in one place. From Sportsbet.
What's gambling really costing you? For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
Its graduates won 10 Group 1 races last season. It's in a league of its own for 2-year-old sales worldwide.
Antino, 6 lengths.
It delivers dream results time and again. It is NZB's Ready to Run sale. And if you like to win, it's the sale for you. It's at Karaka on the 12th and 13th of November and packed with the same calibre of 2-year-olds that has earned this sale its phenomenal reputation. See you there, NZB, where winning begins.
Boom.
I punt with Ladbrokes because it's fast. Even faster than a race caller talks.
And it's Machacho coming around the outside with little Lassie a length behind. Cheeseburger with spicy sauce on the side. Hold the onions, double the pickles. I'll get some large fries. May you live a long and happy life together.
Ladbrokes has leveled up so you can find, place and track bets with them faster than ever before.
Oh, you good thing, oh, you good thing.
Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
Live across the SEN track and RSN networks. And broadcasting live on racing.com. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall. The Giddy Up bag of tips for Oz Equipment Rentals. Supplying equipment to the construction, mining and roadworks industries. OzEquipment.com.
So time for bag of tips. Oz Equipment Rentals supplying equipment to the construction, mining and roadworks industries. OzEquipment.com. And you can get on board the mighty Ultima Hotels marquee at the Geelong Cup. This is the funnest marquee at Geelong Cup on Geelong Cup Day. A bus is included from the Emerald Hotel in South Melbourne. So all you need to do is contact the Ultima Hotel on Instagram, or you can text into us on Giddy Up and we'll be in touch to get your ticket for that marquee on Geelong Cup Day. It's a lot of fun. Our Bet365 Boost Horse. Little bit of mail around for this horse today. Race 7, number 5, Wolf 21, the former Kiwi for Shane Jackson. So that's race 7, number 5 at Wolf 21 is the Bet365 Boost Horse today. You're getting $3 the place. That'll do us nicely, I reckon, there. Trialled nicely as well, that galloper. Dermot O'Connor does a great job at Warrnambool, the track manager, and he joins us now. G'day, Dermot. Thanks for your time.
Good morning, Gareth. How are you today?
Good, thanks, mate. It's going to be a good track there today.
Yeah, it's going to start a soft 5, but I'd pretty much call it a good 4, pretty much. It'll be very quick turnaround to being a good 4 with 40k northerly winds today and with 25 degrees. So, yeah,
Okay.
pretty much a good trail.
So northerly 40k winds, what does that mean for the pattern?
So it'll be a tailwind going on the front straight. So
Yep.
It's probably going to be quite easy as soon as they get straight on the front straight. And yeah, especially with the inside 4 metres hasn't been raced on for about 6 weeks or so. It's probably going to be it's going to be where the best place to race, really. So yeah, no, all good.
So out in front, basically.
Yeah, I think it'll be okay. After a few races, it will probably start to tear up and they'll be moved out.
Yeah.
But definitely early on, it'll probably be more be better to be at the front.
Yeah. So 40k winds, 25 degrees. So no rain expected. So we'll get an upgrade pretty quickly, you reckon, from a soft 5.
Yeah, we might get a little bit of rain. It's kind of been a bit of a mongrel of a day to prepare, to be honest. They're suspecting 0 to 3 mil, which you've got to prepare for the 0, really. We had to put 10 mil of irrigation on yesterday.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, so we'll just wait and see what happens.
Just a bloody nightmare, basically.
Pretty much so. But hey,
Yeah.
look, that's just part of the game, unfortunately. So yeah, no, but all good.
Good on you, Dermot. Thanks for that.
No, too easy. Thanks, Gareth.
There's Dermot O'Connor there from Warrnambool looking after the track. Clint Hutchison, Hutchie, thanks to racing.com. Likes a couple at Warrnambool today. His best bet, race 3, number 9, Miss Revealing. Says strikes an easier test following a nice debut at Sandown. So that's race 3, number 9. And race 2, number 10, Pleasing Smile for Lindsay Park. Consistent and knocking on the door for a win. Now his quaddie numbers, first leg, 2, 4, 8, 11 and 12. 2, 4, 8, 11 and 12. Second leg, he likes 4, 7 and 11. That's 4, 7 and 11. Third leg, he likes 10, 2 and 1. 10, 2 and 1. And that final leg, he's keen on 1, 2, 10 and 12. So that's 1, 2, 10 and 12. So that's the quaddie there for Clint Hutchison. Mickey Gannon's not far away. He is ready to go, Mickey Gannon, or he's about a minute away. So we'll catch up with Mickey in just a moment. I'll read out our other tipsters' selections there across the country for Bag of Tips. Luke Hovernessian at Hawkesbury likes race 3, number 1, Bluebird Bay. Race 3, number 1, Bluebird Bay. Race 4, number 7, Great Heights. And race 5, number 5, Full Metal Jacket. And at Goulburn, he likes race 5, number 1, Ghost Walker. And race 6, number 2, Slater's Boy. If you're playing a multi today, I know she's short, but James McDonald's heading out to Hawkesbury for a couple of rides. But that first one for Les Bridge looks mighty hard to beat. I think around $1.60 with the boost there, Columbus with Bet365. So if you like one, you can just maybe get a little bit of extra there with Columbus in that first race if you're playing multis. So Luke Hovernessian's tips are just there. Daniel Nuttall, thanks to Racing Queensland and racing.com, likes a couple at Gatton. Best bet, race 3, number 5, Sea Cage Choice, race 3, number 5. His next best is race 8, number 3, Yeah Copy. And race 2, number 8 is his best value. That's Like a Ferrari, race 2, number 8. Darren Carroll at Ballarat tonight likes race 2, number 8, Breathe Easy, race 2, number 8, and he's keen on race 3, number 10, Illawong Phoenix. So that's race 3, number 10, Illawong Phoenix. And Harness Racing New South Wales, the home of the Carnival of Cups, where Australian music royalty meets quality harness racing action. At Penrith, Amanda Rando likes race 1, number 9, Rock and Roll Gig, race 2, number 2, Crunchy Diva, and race 4, number 2, Starting to Cough. So race 1, number 9, race 2, number 2, and race 4, number 4. Let's catch up with Toddy Gray. He's done the form for us at Angle Park on a Thursday night, and we'll see if he can help us find a couple of winners. It was a big week last Friday night with the running of the Adelaide Cup, and Todd's ready to go now. G'day, Todd.
Hey, G, yeah, wasn't it magical last week watching Melly Beauty get the cash?
Yeah.
Great result overall, and honestly, I couldn't be happier, more so for Cam Butcher. He's forgotten more about this industry than I'll ever know, matey, and the only race which has eluded him in South Australia was the Adelaide Cup. So now he's got his little Mount Rushmore, so proud of the kennel.
Where do we start with your plays tonight?
Tonight, we're going to start with a little Toddy 2 play in race 5. Good little open race this, but look, the best dog in the race, and it deserves to be favourite, is number 5, Buddhastown. It's one of those dogs. It's got no field sense, Gaz, but it's the best dog in the race. If it gets an ounce of luck around that first turn, it can run them down. It should be favourite. And I would save on the 8 here. I think if it gets across, it runs a very brave race. And if it doesn't, well, you know, there's sillier things at around about $17 to be out there. If you got $10, I'd do something like 8 on the 5 and 2 on the 8. So race 5, number 5, and save on number 8. That's the first one.
Yeah. Go on, mate.
After that, we go to race 8, number 7, Eldritch, each way for mine. The one can win, but odds on, no thank you. It'll drift out the black figure, so there'll be a few shortness here. The 7 will jump just fair, but there's no speed to its immediate inside. I think it sits better and closer to the first turn than usual. So race 8, number 7 each way, and the best of the night all the way in the last. So it's going to be a late one. Race 12, number 4, Flying Artie. First up, last start at Murray Bridge, absolutely flew, 22.10. This dog's had some injury dramas in its time, but last week showed it's back at 100%. No reason, absolutely no reason why it doesn't just go straight to the front, painless watch at black figures. So race 12, number 4, Flying Artie. It's black figures. I think it starts odds on.
Good on you, Toddy. Thanks for that, mate.
No worries, Ledge. Cheers.
There's Todd Gray there looking at Angle Park. Mick Gannon will join us straight after this with his best bets right across the country.
Stop what you're doing and look at this.
If you aren't with Bet365, this might change your mind.
That's right. Bet365 has a boost on every race, every day. All your racing action, all in one place.
Download the app, check out their boosts, and
See why it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
Wherever adventure takes you, lead the way. $200 off all suits. It's a Peter Jackson summer. It's not where you go, it's how you show up. Master your summer, master your style. Peter Jackson.
Whether you're on course or punting at home, grab Australia's premium form guide, Best Bets. For over 50 years, it's been racing's most trusted weekly publication. If you love racing, pick up your compact guide today.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. You're helping Australian families and communities thrive now and into the future. With every purchase, you support local workers, manufacturers, and growers who produce world-class products renowned for their quality, safety, and reliability. So look for the logo the nation trusts and buy Australian.
Sport and racing aren't meant to stand still. At Bet Deluxe, we bring the deluxe moments to life. Our premium betting experience lets you enjoy every moment across every sport and every race. And this Saturday and Sunday, enjoy bonus back up to third on all races at selected tracks. Plus, enjoy racing bonus back tokens every single day. Deluxe your spring with Bet Deluxe.
What's gambling really costing you? For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
Live across the SEN track and RSN networks. And broadcasting live on racing.com. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. This is Bag of Tips this Thursday. Mickey Gannon's on SEN track with Travis Noon. And what about that for a combination? And Mickey's with us now. G'day, Mick.
Yeah, make sure you're tuning in this afternoon. I just feel a bit of a clinic's on its way, G.
So where do we start with your best bets?
Well, we can kick off. I've left Trav with Warrnambool. I thought that's right up his wheelhouse. I'm going to go to Hawkesbury, race 1, number 6, Ironheart. You're getting around $7 this gallop up. Blinker's first time. Rolls forward, map's an absolute treat. I think you're paying a bit of JMac tax on the favourite. More than happy to take it on. So race 1, number 6, Ironheart. Taking to race 3, number 1, Bluebird Bay, getting around $2.50, $2.60 there. So nice second up record. Nassim Gilmy's doing a good job, 27% profit on turnover, so he's got his team flying and can lead from a wide gate. The rail's out 4 metres there at Hawkesbury G, so suspect it's a very warm day here in Sydney. It'll be even warmer out there in northwestern Sydney, so Hawkesbury will be dry and they'll play hard and fast out there, so lead us to an advantage.
So I reckon Columbus could be J-Mac's Derby horse if he goes to the Derby, of course. So that's why he's at Hawkesbury. I reckon that's the tip that you can get there. But I respect you taking on this horse.
Are you taking me on, G?
No, I'm not taking you on. I'm just saying that...
well, it makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense that he wouldn't go there for... It's a long way to go, especially from the eastern suburbs of Sydney, isn't it?
Trust me, he wouldn't be going to do it for anyone. So
he wouldn't do it for me, would he?
No. And I see that Mr. Mazzara and Mr. Munz are in the ownership, so maybe he's done it for Mr. Mazzara, of course, with Autumn Glow. But it'll be interesting anyway. It makes that first race at Hawkesbury a must-watch. Anything else, mate? Is that all at Hawkesbury you're playing?
That's all Hawkesbury. I'll take you to Goulburn. I've got 3. I'll rip through them for you, G, because I know you're short of time. Race 1, number 1, done with you from Beery and Carpo stable. Horses ready to go. Fast tempo last time. Gets to a slow tempo. Can win. $4.40. Good price. Race 2, number 4, Iona Benz rolls forward here. Maps to lead in a small field. A bit of air Bjorn polish. Will be hard to beat. And race 4, number 4, Magenta Shores, probably the best bet of the day. Silly price. Around $4.80. Over mark $2.30. Screams career peak with Keegan Latham going on here at a more suitable setup, G. So 1, 1, 2, 4 and 4, 4 at Goulburn.
Have a good day today, mate. Good luck this afternoon.
Thank you, Jay.
As Mickey Gannon looking at the 2 meetings in New South Wales with Bag of Tips, and that is Bag of Tips on this Thursday.
We're never going to get to sing our song. Anyway, what time's Davo's horse running? That thing's a beast.
Sounds like it's time to unleash beast mode from PointsBet. It's like crazy hot sauce, but for racing. It turns your odds up extra hot.
Mate, that's fire.
Happens every time.
Beast Mode, available every Saturday at 3 p.m.
Yeah, that's built different. Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
It's one thing having a horse that can win races.
Just Fight has done it.
I think it's just as important what happens to the horse once it finishes its career.
My racehorse are committed to horse welfare. It's so important. We love our horses. We need to ensure they have a good life after racing.
Welfare in general is something that we focus on a lot. I'm wrapped that my racehorse have that program.
It's about doing the right thing. It's always good, win, lose or draw, to know that everybody's got a good home.
Oh, that's huge.
Punt with Ladbrokes this Saturday and supercharge your odds with Odds Surge. Activate on all races at Randwick for bigger odds and bigger payouts. Chances are you're about to lose.
There's only one place to get the full rundown of a big Saturday of racing.
Been through a lot this horse, Globe, to get back to this level.
It was, big birthday for Globe.
Catch the verdict every Sunday morning on racing.com.
Live across the SEN track and RSN networks. And broadcasting live on racing.com. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Busy final hour coming up on Giddy Up. It's great to have your company on this Thursday morning. Wherever you may be watching on racing.com or on our stream on the SEN app, or wherever you may be listening to us on the SEN track, on your local SEN track dial or RSN dial, or on the RSN app and also the SEN app. Thoroughbred Sales' exciting new $4 million race series is ready for takeoff. Full calendar now online at www.thoroughbredsales.com.au. And Andy Twist from Affinity Thoroughbreds joins us now. He does a great job with Affinity Thoroughbreds, and he might have a couple of horses that'll be ready for this $4 million race series that is already in full swing. I think they had their first recently at Bendigo. Hello to you, Andy. Thanks for joining us, mate.
Morning, Gareth. Thanks for having me.
So you advertise, of course, on the Thoroughbred Sales website, and it's a one-stop shop for owners and basically if you've got a horse if you're a stable that need to sell a horse, you go to thoroughbredsales.com.au and you can sell your horse or you can try and buy a share in a horse. And you've got a horse that's ready to, I think, jump out that'll be competing in one of these series races.
Yes, we do. A Seamus Award filly called Salan. We purchased from the English Classic sale earlier this year. She had a quiet jump out a couple of weeks back, and she'll jump out again more seriously on Monday. And all going well, I think we'll be going straight to the races with her.
How good is that? And if you win, you get a $10,000 bonus.
That's right, yeah. So we've got the Racing Victoria $5,000 extra for maidens, and we've got the $10,000 bonus as well, which is awesome. So, fantastic. And we've done it again with this filly. We only paid $10,000 for her at the English Classic sale, and it looks like we might have her up before Christmas.
Any shares available?
No, she's all gone, unfortunately, but we do have some shares available in a lovely Ole Kirk gelding, a 2-year-old again, which we bought at Premier Sale this year.
Yep.
He's just been gelded, had a little spell, and he's back in work now, and he's an absolute ripper, he is.
We saw Regal Award, the son of Ole Kirk, do what he did there yesterday. They're beauties, aren't they? Like, you can't get into Ole Kirk now, and he's just been a stallion that just kicked off his side career on fire.
100%. I've been trying to buy one for 2 years, but just couldn't afford one. Unfortunately, we play her at the lower end of the market, and we found this one at the sales. Unfortunately, he had a little bit of travel sickness on the way down from the Hunter Valley, so he lost a little bit of condition, which might put a few buyers off, but it certainly didn't put us off. And we picked him up for a bargain, so I don't think we'll be able to afford another one. So we're going to have a bit of fun with this one.
Yeah, so 25% left. That won't last long. So how do you get in contact with you guys?
Yeah, absolutely. Jump on our website, affinitythoroughbredracing.com.au, or give me a buzz directly. And we've got 25% remaining. It won't last long. Very exciting. He's in work now with Ben Brisbane at Wangaratta, and we'll be giving him every chance to put his hand up as a 2-year-old.
And tell us a little bit about Affinity Thoroughbreds. Super Aussie is your pin-up horse at the moment. So talk us through about how you got into this game here, Andy.
Yeah, absolutely. I bought a share in a horse first time about 16 years ago with some mates at my cricket club, and we loved our racing. And 15, 16 years later, that hobby and that passion has turned into a business. So I guess, as I say to my friends, I have such a passion for racing, and I started my business so I could own more horses.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's it gets very expensive to own them on your own. But we keep a share in every horse. We have skin in the game. We have that passion. I think I mentioned last time I was on your show. I call every owner before every race. I like to share that journey with them and get excited about what is a wonderful and amazing industry, which is horse racing.
Yeah, and is it everything that you expected it to be?
It's a roller coaster, has higher highs and lower lows, but yeah, it is. It's amazing. And then I think it's one of those situations where you're competing in an elite sport, but anybody can do it. Super Razi costs $15,000. We've run in fifth in the Newmarket Handicap. We ran in the Group 2 Gilgai Stakes on Turnbull Stakes Day the other day. We've won $1 million+ with that horse, and it's proof that you can do it. You don't have to spend a lot of money. Do you need a little bit of luck? Absolutely you do. But it's like Tats Lotto. If you don't have a ticket, you can't win it.
Yeah. Well, mate, you're doing a great job, and obviously you've had success with a couple of bargain buys. Let's hope that can continue on. And if we want to get involved in any of your horses, especially with the sales season not far away, we've got a ready-to-run sale today for Inglis, the NZB ready-to-run sales just around the corner, and then we get stuck into the Magic Million. So how do we go about getting involved with you?
Yeah, give me a call directly if you like, 0447 242224. Andy Twist is my name. I'd love to have a chat with you. We specialise in first-time owners, so if you've never owned a horse before and you don't know what it's all about, don't be afraid. Give me a buzz. I can talk you through it. We run a fixed price model, Gareth. We have a fixed price fee every month, so there's no nasty surprises. We make it very simple for people to get involved.
And you go everywhere because you haven't had success with a good 3-year-old and Vanguard Legend this year up in Darwin.
We did, yeah. We won the Darwin Guineas. I think we paid $12,000 for that horse, and he won $150,000 in his first campaign. So, just missed out on a $50,000 bonus for winning the Guineas and the Derby when he ran second in the Derby. So he'll be our Darwin Cup horse for the years to come. And again, another great example of an inexpensive horse that's gone on and done really well. And kudos to Chloe Baxter for what she's doing up there. She's a wonderful young trainer, and we're just so delighted to be involved with her.
Love your work, Andy. Love how you're following your passion, mate. And we wish you the best of luck going forward with Affinity Thoroughbreds. Thanks for joining us here on Giddy Up.
Thanks so much, Gareth. Appreciate it.
There's Andy Twist, thanks to the thoroughbredsales.com.au. So if you want to sell your horse or you want to buy a share in a horse, head to www.thoroughbredsales.com.au. And the best part about that website is that, so if you're based in Bunbury in Western Australia, you can go onto that website and look at the horses that will be trained around that Western Australia region. And then if you live in country Victoria or country Queensland, you can identify the trainers that are close to you if you want to go and watch your horse. Or if you're from WA and you want to have a horse that you think can run in Melbourne at a city meeting, well, you can obviously go and look at the website and see if you can find one trained by a Melbourne trainer. So it's a terrific website. It's getting a lot of new people into the game. And there is a thoroughbred sales race this Saturday at Bendigo for the eligible 2-year-old horses this week. And obviously there's selected races nationwide as well. So time for a quick break. On the other side of it, we'll catch up with the boss of Greyhound Racing New South Wales and Steve Griffin ahead of New South Wales' biggest night in the Dogs there on Friday night with the running of the $1 Million Chase.
Sport and racing aren't meant to stand still. At Bet Deluxe, we bring the action to life with daily specials, premium features, and a deluxe betting experience. So no matter who you are, you can enjoy every moment, every play, and every race. Especially with bonus back this Saturday. If your runner finishes second to last, you're on a winner with Bet Deluxe.
What's gambling really costing you? For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
It's real action, real people, real close. Saturday, October 25 in St Arnaud is as real as it gets at the JBS Pork St Arnaud Cup. It's a day you don't want to miss. It's real social with real down-to-earth vibes, live entertainment, kids' activities and fantastic hospitality options. As real as it gets in St Arnaud, Saturday, October 25. Book real soon at country.racing.com/St-Arnaud.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. You're helping Australian families and communities thrive now and into the future. With every purchase, you support local workers, manufacturers, and growers who produce world-class products renowned for their quality, safety, and reliability. So look for the logo the nation trusts and buy Australian.
It's spring's grand showdown at Caulfield, where the stars will collide for one iconic trophy.
Might and Power has gapped them in the Caulfield Cup.
It all comes down to this: 2,400 metres to etch your name in Cup folklore.
Without a fight for the Caulfield Cup.
Racing's biggest rivals, one legendary race. This Saturday, one will stand tall.
Duke to send the Heron Cup. This is your moment.
It's the Caulfield Cup, live on racing.com.
Live across the SEN track and RSN networks. And broadcasting live on racing.com. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
What a night of greyhound racing at Wentworth Park. It's just a terrific weekend to be in Sydney if you love your racing. You've got the $1 Million Chase, the Sydney Cup on the Friday, and then you've got Everest Day on the Saturday. And it's always a great night there at Wentworth Park. Greyhound Racing New South Wales, since they started this race, it's been one of their best ever nights, and it just continues to get bigger and better each year. And the CEO of Greyhound Racing New South Wales, Steve Griffin, joins us now. Steve, good morning to you. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, good morning, Gareth.
It's the 8th running of the world's richest greyhound race. And as I just said before, to me anyway, it seems to be getting bigger and better each year.
Yeah, look, it is. And, we come up with a concept for the $1 Million Chase, not to make, people rich, but, to sort of broaden the community interest in greyhound racing. And we're certainly getting that now. And with putting it on the same weekend as the Everest, obviously, Sydney's the focus for racing, and that's a fantastic thing for all our sports.
I think the best part about this race as well, I think it was invented during COVID, wasn't it, basically, around that time anyway. The best part about this race is that you've got to go and qualify in the country areas, so country areas get to see some of the best dogs around the country turn up to their local tracks.
Yeah, spot on. It's one of those, what makes the MDC so great is that, it's got such a regional feel to it. So regional communities, 90% of our tracks are in regional New South Wales. But the other great thing about it is that any greyhound, any trainer from across Australia can enter. And that's the big thing here is that basically anyone can do it. There's no entry fee, there's no entry requirements, as long as your ground's fast enough. And in you come, and it can be life-changing. And it has been so far for 7 different connections, and we're going to make another connection tomorrow night, Rich as well.
Yeah, it's a great race. There's a few to watch here. Who are you tipping? Like, my experts are telling me that Ariza Sparkles will lead and win. It's a $2.50 favourite with Bet365, along with Power and Glory is the equal favourite as well now, looking at my market. So it's going to be an interesting race.
Yeah, it is. Look, Stevie Fitch is Ariza Sparkles. It obviously won the Mega Star last month. Power and Glory won the Easter Egg earlier on the year. So they're two obviously local heroes and favourites who we're going for. But look, if Luke Camaro's anything to go by from last year, won at $19. So you can have a look at Zipping Ariel, to be quite frank. And so, but Tom Zavoulis has also had a great year. So he won now 7.15 early this year. So Dacey's Rory could also be in there with a real chance. So, again, a quality field, and we're so pleased that all these greyhounds have actually made it into the race. And to be quite frank, there's so many other greyhounds in the consolation final. So I'm quite surprised with, greyhounds like Cumbria Jack didn't make it into the final. Zigzag Man.
I think Cumbria Jack would have started the favourite. He could be the best greyhound in this country at the end of the year. It's just, it's a tough game. Like, to make these finals, you've got to go through these semi-finals and heats. So you need to be at the top of your game and need a little bit of luck throughout. But I reckon all of these dogs in this final and the connections are happy that Cumbria Jack won't be rocking up in the final this time.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. And but Stephen Pitcher's had a great year, obviously. But he obviously dearly loved to have Cumbria Jack in there. But, as you said, there's a lot of luck required to get into the final. But I think he'd certainly be a very short price favourite in the consolation, Cumbria Jack.
And you got Without a Trace as the $1.85. Looks mighty hard to beat there in that Sydney Cup.
Yeah, look, the Group 2 Sydney Cup, fantastic field there. And Five Thorn, I think, is another, a great dog there to be running around. So great to have a Group 2. Look, almost $2 million worth of prize money tomorrow night. So a lot of prize money going to a lot of good participants out there and a lot of good greyhounds running around.
And Jimmy Tedesco will be there as well, the superstar fullback for the Roosters. He was the best player in the comp this year. He'll be there to give away, hopefully, a Kia Ute. So you got to kick the footy, and it's a rugby league footy, they tell us, into the boot to win a Kia Tasman Ute. So hopefully that comes off there tomorrow.
Yeah, we hope so. Look, it's not as easy as it looks. It took Mitch Moses, who unfortunately has gone off to England for the Ashes, so he won't be there in front. It took him several attempts to land it, even with some padding in the back.
Okay.
But I had a few cracks, and it's not a simple thing. You're 40, 50 yards away. But look, we'd be happy for someone to win that. Great opportunity for someone to drive away in the Kia tomorrow. Yeah,
how good is that? I don't think Teddy's going on tour because he's got his brother's wedding, so it's good to see that he can get to the dogs, which is great. Tickets are just $10. You go to themilliondollarchase.com.au, so there's a chance to win a Kia Ute if you can kick the footy. But there's plenty of activities as well for all of the kids to enjoy their night.
There are, mate, and also there's it's the country western theme, and there's a bocking bull there that $1,000 to a man and a woman who can hold on the longest. So there's plenty to see and do tomorrow night, and also a lot of food stalls are coming in. So it's going to be a fantastic night. We just hope the weather gods are kind to us and the predicted storms stay away. Yeah,
let's hope that is the case. Hopefully the weather will be all right, but you're hearing there could be some rain around.
Yeah, mate, the Bureau of Meteorology's got a 40% prediction there might be afternoon storm. So if that's the case, I hope it's early. Our first race doesn't kick off to 6:50. So if the storm does arrive, we hope it comes early so we can have a great night of racing.
Well, I've got you here, Steve. The biggest question I get asked when it comes to greyhound racing is how do we get involved, Gareth? Like, if we want to buy a greyhound, how do we go about doing that? I see that you've got the Richmond puppy auction back in full swing now. So what would your advice be to punters clubs or group of mates and friends that want to get into a dog? Because it is so much fun, but how do you go about trying to source a greyhound?
Yeah, look, it's not as easy, and we need to make it much easier. And public syndications is one of those things that we're working on introducing into greyhound racing. We've seen how much money gets poured into thoroughbred racing, and so we're doing some work now to get some approval from ASIC to allow us to have public syndications. And so you can, with your mates, get into a public syndicate and get in, and even these micro shares and thoroughbreds these days, it doesn't cost a lot of money. So, and that's something we really need in greyhound racing. And at the moment, you can go reach out to obviously some of the larger trainers and breeders, and they'll get you into the game. But it's not simple and easy, and we want to make it simple and easy because the benefits of public syndication are significant.
Yeah.
As we know, people at syndicates, they punt more, and they also, it spreads the industry throughout the community. So everyone gets to learn what a great sport greyhound racing is.
Yeah, totally agree. Like, I know Australian Bloodstock were keen to get involved, and like if you got a major syndication thoroughbred business like that, they've won a couple of Melbourne Cups. They've got Al Riffa in this year's Melbourne Cup. Like, I think they had a slot in the Phoenix there last year. So I reckon there's opportunities, and you would even get a few of the bigger name thoroughbred syndicators to be involved in greyhound racing as well for a little bit of cut through. So I like the way you're thinking there. And you've also introduced some time-based grading. Has that been able to work in recent times from a turnover perspective and also from a participant perspective?
Yeah, look, it's been, I was up at Taree Saturday week when we kicked it off, and it was great to see some greyhounds that simply were about to sort of retire to continue to have an opportunity to have a win. It was great to see that, and we saw the holds on those races were even better than the earlier races during the day. So it seems to me that, it's something that's really going to move forward into the future. We need to extend that, the careers of racing dogs, and that's going to do that. But we also need to make sure that as many of the greyhounds that we whelp in the industry get to have a racing career. And that's also important in terms of public syndication, because we want to make sure that when a syndicate buys a pup, that it gets a racing career.
Yeah. Yeah, which is important, isn't it, mate? You got to make sure that they have an opportunity.
Absolutely, and this is what the time-based grading does. It's a good entree. A lot of dogs are different. Some come into racing and they're slow to start, and they get better and quicker as they develop. Some dogs are just quick and as they come into the sport and slow down over time. So we need to adjust our grading and the way we go about it to make sure we cater for both.
Yep.
And that's what we're doing now with time-based grading. And it's looking pretty good, as I said, from the holds. The punters are enjoying it. They understand what it's all about. They're equally rated greyhounds, so it's a good option for us.
Yeah, if they're graded nicely, doesn't matter how slow that they're going to go, you can still work it out as a punter, basically. So, yep. And as you point out, gives a lot more opportunity for greyhounds. Steve, we appreciate you coming on Giddy Up. It's a big weekend for greyhound racing. It's a big weekend for racing all around there in Sydney. And, we might have to work with you and organise a dog and syndicate a Giddy Up dog. That would be a bit of fun.
I'd be very happy to do it.
We'll be winning $1 million chase as well. Don't worry about that. We've just got to find a jet.
Yeah, mate. Fingers crossed.
Good on you, Steve. Appreciate you coming on Giddy Up.
Thanks, Gareth.
There's Steve Griffin, the CEO of Greyhound Racing New South Wales. Time for a break on the other side of it. It's the Form Lounge, Miles Fitzner and Mitchie Lewis to join me right here on Giddy Up on this Thursday morning. It's great to have your company on racing.com, SEN Track and also RSN.
What are you really gambling with? For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
Here's something new for spring. Sportsbet's Fixed Odds Exotics Guarantee. Now you can lock in fixed odds on trifectas, quinellas, exactas and first fours, so you know your payout before the jump. And here's the kicker. If the relevant tote pays more, we'll top up your fixed odds so you get the bigger payout guaranteed. We've got you covered with Fixed Odds Exotics Guarantee, only with Sportsbet.
You win some, you lose more. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
Space is Tasman's secret weapon, with class-conquering head and shoulder room up front, a worksite worth of undersea storage in the rear, and a 240-volt socket in the tub that delivers best-in-class size. Its space is a secret you might want to keep to yourself.
Hey, lend us your Tasman.
Kia Tasman. Test drive today.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Nobody calls us with good news. We hear from you when things have gone wrong.
But it's okay. We know what to do. At Carbone Lawyers, we're experts in getting you compensation.
To help you get your life back on track. So remember, when things go wrong, get Carbone on the phone.
Get Carbone on the phone.
Get Carbone on the phone.
We don't settle for less, neither should you.
Live across the SEN track and RSN networks. And broadcasting live on racing.com. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. We're live on racing.com, SEN Track and also RSN. Let's welcome in Miles Fitzner for the Form Lounge, as he always does. He joins us here on a Thursday morning. G'day, Milo.
Hello, G-Man. Hello to the listeners and viewers. What a weekend.
Yeah, it doesn't get any better, does it?
No, this is it, I think. This is the weekend.
Yeah, and let's catch up with Mitchy Lewis. G'day, Mitchy boy.
Morning, G. Morning, Miles.
Big weekend, and next Thursday, of course, we're at the Ascot Vale Hotel and we're giving away a double pass to the Cox Plate preview luncheon for next Thursday at the Ascot Vale Hotel. So all you need to do is tell us, and the first one with the correct answer, 0499 736 736, that's 0499 736 736.
Here we go.
Will win this double pass. What year did Tags win the Group 1 Oaks? Pretty easy to work out. Well, you just Google it. But what year did Tags win the Group 1 Oaks?
I've got no idea.
Worked
with him for 5 years, I wouldn't have a clue.
He would have told you hundreds of times.
I know, but it's sort of that's what happens, when someone repeats something so often that it goes into the non-memory bank.
Yes. Now,
it was a good ride. That's what I do know.
Yes, it was a great ride. Well, he did get a little bit of luck, but it was still a great ride. We've got.
I know that there's never been as many people at the track since either.
Oh, it was a world record crowd.
Plenty to discuss this weekend, because where would you rate this Saturday, Milo?
It's probably the best.
Yeah.
I think whether you call it Caulfield Cup Day or Everest Day depends on where you live, but I think from the two big name races in two different states on the same day, then it becomes, it's almost like where they all come together and go, righto, we've all got good horse flesh, let's all, I don't know, get along. And that's what I like about it. It's not about one state. Melbourne Cup Week's about Victoria, and they make it about Victoria, and Sydney make it about Sydney on other days. But I like this day because you go from one absolute cracking race to another in Sydney, to another in Victoria, to another in Sydney, and it's just back to back to back.
And they're different horses in a way. The Caulfield Cups, they handicap over the 2,400 metres, and it's a time-honoured race. So it's history meeting innovation. The Everest, you get the best sprinters in the world competing against each other, especially this year. And that King Charles is a beauty as well.
It's a ripper. And look, last year, I had the pleasure of being in with the Mar team who had all gone to Sydney and doing the room for them. But to be in a room where they win with Bella Nipotina and Duke de Sessa in an hour and a half period, madness. Wow. Absolute madness.
Mitchie, what about you? Where do you rate this day?
Yeah, well, you were talking about it yesterday, G, in your segment, so it ticked my brain over a little bit. What one would compete? It's certainly right up there. Derby Day, maybe? Victorian Derby Day is one that jumps off at me. There's a couple good ones there, but it's probably propped up by Victoria, isn't it? So, yeah, it's definitely top three, probably first, second Derby Day, maybe third Cox Plate Day.
I reckon Champions Day is the best day now at the end of the carnival in Melbourne.
For what?
Just from a race day perspective.
Yeah, I think that's an afterthought for a few that we get. But, like, from a race day, I think now, you watch what happens with Fit, the announcement of Fisher there after the last.
Yeah, I think that they still get some of those Sydney horses come down to Melbourne. We get to see them meet in a like an end of carnival type of Group 1 race, and it's worth $3 million now. I think the Everest is a great day because it's probably nearly the only proper grand final for the spring. So where all of the best sprinters, they aim up at the Everest for their big grand final, where the Cox Plate, you've got horses that could be in the King Charles, horses that could have been the Cox Plate are going to the King Charles or the Golden Eagle. It's still a great day, the Cox Plate, and a great race. But it's an interesting debate these days.
It's a debate I don't think we need to have. I mean, we've heard a lot of the commentary coming into the spring. What the Everest has done in 8 years, and everyone says, oh, well, the Melbourne Cup's better. The Melbourne Cup's 150 years old and gets a public holiday, right? So
that's why no one can ever compete with the Melbourne Cup.
Yeah, but that's exactly what I'm saying. But what they've done in 8 years to attract the interest and get a race off the ground to become arguably the second biggest race in Australia from a turnover perspective, from an eyes-on perspective, and to engage younger people is enormous. And where that race will be in 40 years, look out. Because from a betting perspective, I think you'll find over time more people will be enticed to bet into an Everest from a trying to win perspective rather than the recreational money that we see on Melbourne Cup Day.
Never. The Everest will never catch up to the Melbourne Cup.
I'm thinking in 30 or 40 years' time, when I'm old, you're probably gone, but I'll still be around.
You're only a few years younger than me.
Oh, come on, mate.
The way you
that
go,
was an easy.
The way that
was
you go
such an easy fish.
I suppose you can climb Mount Everest.
Yeah.
Now, talking about Everest, Milo, Kane rising v the rest. Is he home and hosed or not?
Absolutely not.
No.
Do I think he at his best will belt them? Yes.
Yes.
But do we know if he's at his best? No. So I think I've maintained this all along. I maintained it through that absolute circus of the betting drift, then the plunge, is you find that you can bet with the favourite out. You find the next best horse in the race that you think's a contender and you back it to place. You just look logically about it. If you want to pile in it, what are we at the moment, $1.70?
$1.70 with Bet365.
And, I mean, on the totes on the day, it's going to start, what, 30 maybe?
Yeah.
Something like that with the World Pool. So just find a horse to place, sit back and watch a good race. You don't have to be on the winner. You just don't have to be on the winner.
So who are you going to be on?
I'm on Jimmy Starter Place. The race will set up perfectly.
Even from that gate?
Overpass, Marzu and Kaying Rising. I want electric speed. I want a horse that'll close strong. And that's him. So in a big way, no. Like, are we piling into these Group 1s from a genuine, we're going to make millions? Absolutely not. But it's not the race for it with a $1.50, $1.70.
Mitchie, what do you reckon?
Yeah, so I'm looking at it a little bit funnily here, G. I've got him as a $1.70 chance. His highest ratings, again, like Miles said, if he finds it, it's probably 2.5 lengths better than the next best. So he's right up there, obviously. Do you think, G, if he's not at his best, I think I've got this feeling he's either going to win or miss the top 3. So he either wins because he's at his best or he's not at his best and he gets run over the top of because he gets pressured by all these other horses. So I'm sort of with Miles. My plays would be Lady Shenandoah and Jolly Starter Place, but I know it sounds silly, but I'm going to have a small schmeckle on him to lay him to place because you don't have to do much to do it to make some money.
It's a difficult one because when you listen to the commentary, and we've had both David Hayes and Zach Purton on the show this week, and they couldn't be further apart. They're on different pages. Like David Hayes says he's flying.
He played it perfectly.
Yeah, he's flying this horse. This is what he expected from a trial. He's lost the weight that he needed to lose. He's right at his fighting weight, and you'll see the best of him on a firm track there on Saturday, where Zach says he needs to improve and he can't be the horse that was at the trials there Tuesday week ago. So it's a fascinating build-up.
Does that not tell you then that they've either played it beautifully from taking the pressure off, or you just don't need to bet? And I mean, we're in the business of trying to make people money, and I think we've got to be responsible in the fact that piling in to a horse that's yet to run in an Australian Group 1 first time at the low quote, I think is irresponsible. I wouldn't condone that for anyone.
But we're in the business to have some fun and entertain. So people want to have a bet in the Everest, they can have their $50 on whoever they want.
Of course they can.
And they might want to take him on. They might have Quinellas or trifectas. I think if there's like War Machine's a horse that you can back with a little bit of confidence. Like he's $9.50 now. He's probably too short, but he's 21 into $9.50. Who knows how good Tempted is? Jolly Star's they've different preparation this time
Could be
around,
anything.
so she's only second up. Lady Shenandoah was great first up. Forget the Moonee Valley run, and she'll settle a lot closer. I reckon your horse Jimmy Star's got the job in front of him. He's gonna run a big race, but whether he's too far back and he hits the line and finishes 4th or 5th and smashes the clock again.
He's got grand final written all over him. I think it's just loomed up perfectly. Runs a 32.48 to finish, and that said enough for me that on closings, the links that he made up on Briasa,
Correct.
made up on Briasa on a time that was just outside of Santarana Lanes, essentially with a grand final in front of him, suggests to me that...
But it's no good running those sectionals when you're 55,000 metres off them, basically.
Correct.
Yeah.
So they clearly, Ethan Brown's got a task, but I mean, let's take on Kieran Maher at your own peril, really. It's grand final trainer. But that's where, when you get so many different narratives, so much different commentary, and you've got something so short, I feel that if you think the horse will win by 5 lengths, go your hardest. But I can guarantee a lot of people aren't diving in Greg Louganis style and piling into the shorts on Kaying Rising and think it's going to win. They've either got a futures ticket or they're going to say afterwards, I told you so.
I can't wait. I've never seen a build-up like it. It's going to be
unbelievable.
Some race.
The best build-up to any race in Australia this year.
And you've got to have a look at Kaying Rising in the yard. If he's off his head like he was there the other day before the trial, you could nearly... Don't put a line through him, but alarm bells and you'd be very concerned. It's going to be a great race. Mitchie's with Lady Shenandoah and Jolly Star. We'll take a break. Don't forget to text us in your opinions, 0499 736 736. We'll come back and continue on our topics here on the Form Lounge on this Thursday. It's great to have your company.
This is a big one for you racing fans.
That's correct. The Bet365 app just got even better. Now with dedicated racing action built right in. Faster, easier and more exciting betting. All your racing, all in one place.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
Its graduates won 10 Group 1 races last season. It's in a league of its own for 2-year-old sales worldwide.
Antino, 6 lengths.
It delivers dream results time and again. It is NZB's Ready to Run sale. And if you like to win, it's the sale for you. It's at Karaka on the 12th and 13th of November and packed with the same calibre of 2-year-olds that has earned this sale its phenomenal reputation. See you there, NZB, where winning begins.
When you buy Australian made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. You're helping Australian families and communities thrive now and into the future. With every purchase, you support local workers, manufacturers, and growers who produce world-class products renowned for their quality, safety, and reliability. So look for the logo the nation trusts and buy Australian.
Real people, real action, real close. That's the real country racing difference. And this spring, country racing is as real as it gets. It's a day you don't want to miss. It's real social with down-to-earth vibes, great food, live entertainment, kids' activities, and fantastic hospitality options. Plus, all the up-close racing you only get in the country. Book real soon at country.racing.com.
Live across the SEN track and RSN networks. And broadcasting live on racing.com. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
This is the Form Lounge on Giddy Up, 0499 736 736 to join our conversation. Miles Fitzner and Mitchie Lewis with me, as they always are on a Thursday. Let's discuss the next big topic when it comes to the King Charles. And I've been looking forward to this. Pride of Jenny v Fangirl. This is like, she never beats him. She never beats her, I should say. Every time they compete, especially over the 1,600 metres, her high tempo is Fangirl's kryptonite, and Gator's tipping her, and I don't know why. I know Gator loves Fangirl, and he's a legend, Gator, when it comes to tipping horses. But I couldn't have more confidence that Pride of Jenny will beat home Fangirl in the King Charles.
Who's riding Pride of Jenny?
Declan Bates.
Oh, he's still got the ride?
Yep.
Okay, yep, he's still got it.
So what are you trying to say there, Milo?
Well,
you're having a crack at Uncle Tony.
No,
again.
I'm just saying. I wanted to check. We've had Declan Bates, we've had Ben Mellon, we've had Froggy Newitt. I wanted to see who went to Sydney.
Declan Bates is ready to go. He's had his time on the sidelines and he's come back. He's come back bigger and better than ever.
I think Declan Bates is probably the key and will help. Her best run ever in her entire career, I will maintain, is when she ran second to Chow Wolf in the King Charles. She got lit up by another horse and fought on and just gets pipped in that King Charles. That's as tough as I've ever seen her. So you can't write her off in a race like this. Is it Fangirl, the horse, to beat her? I would argue that we do ignore the superstar that Mr. Brightside is. And we've also got a couple of horses down the bottom here that aren't probably going to let the horse get away with murder. Now, what Royal Patronage does is absolutely pivotal to this race. Tom Kitten and Pier have both sort of pivoted from what their preparations were going to be and have now ended up back this way. There are a hope. It's the same old story with Pride of Jenny. If she gets left alone out in front and can get away with easy sectionals, she'll be mighty hard to run down. I'm probably banking on the fact she does get lit up by a couple. I think probably Royal Patronage.
Yeah.
I think it'll be the horse, wouldn't it?
What's the only one, really? Maybe they should probably just take a sit on her.
Does Pericles try to go forward?
It does, but it can't do the work. I reckon...
Costello...
No, I reckon she'll get an easy lead.
If she gets an easy lead, well, then I think she wins. Do I want to pile in? No.
Are you tipping her?
Against Fangirl?
Yes.
Yes, but not in the race.
Say it.
I'm not. You don't, no, mate.
Say it.
I think she will beat Fangirl home. No. I think Pride of Jenny will beat Fangirl home. But like I said, I think there's other betting opportunities in this race. Will I have my Pride of Jenny socks on? Yes. If she wins the race, will it be an unbelievable story? Yes. Will it be the second biggest story of the day? Yes.
No, it'd be the biggest story.
No, the Everest is the biggest story of the day.
I tell you what, this is how I play this race, Mitchie. I think you back Pride of Jenny, but if she does get taken on and she doesn't get her own way in the first 400 metres, that'll set up a fast tempo. Like they'll run time there. So I reckon there's two horses you can play. Char Wolf, the defending champion, has been waiting for this type of setup, and he'll get that on Saturday with Pride of Jenny in the race. And I reckon Tom Kitten at a big price might surprise a few in the King Charles if it's that kind of setup, Mitch.
Yeah, there's one. I agree with you, G, if they go quick enough. I think there's one flying under the radar, to be honest, and that's the 4, Lake Forest, straight up off the plane. He's got really nice ratings too. Drawn the inside, I think, sort of from a race map perspective, he gets set up to swoop over the top from the inside barrier. He gets to do no work, and Zach Purton can put him in a good position. And he's won first up off this setup before. So, yeah, he was the one that caught my eye as some value in this race. Agreeing with your speed map there with Chow Wolf and Tom Kitten, I just thought he's flying under the radar a little bit. So, ditto what Miles said. I'm just Pride of Jenny. If she gets annoyed by Royal Patronage, it's my biggest worry. If she gets it soft, she'll win. So there's a few ifs and buts you're mucking around with there. So tough race to be betting into with full confidence, in my opinion.
Just to run through, so you know at home, she's clearly back. She's gone last start at the Valley. She's gone 11.96 to the 600, 12.04, 11.36, 10.92 from the 8 to the 600, and then gone 11.56, 12.12, 12.30. If she can get away with something around that 12 to 12.20 mark, anywhere in the middle of that race, you know she's on. But if that's 11.50... it's almost curtains.
It's Willie Hakers has got a great record, especially with his horses in that quarantine centre there at Canterbury. They just win first up. So you make a good point. I love Jake here from Randwick. How much is Uncle Tony paying you to spew all over yourself about Pride of Jenny? Now, Jake, I don't know about you, but she's the most exciting horse in this country still.
People love her.
And if you turned up there at Moonee Valley, you'd understand, Jake. I reckon.
They'll be roaring for her. And you know what? I'll be wearing my Pride of Jenny socks. I hope she wins. Yes. It'll be a hell of a story. People think I'm a hater. I'm not a hater, but I'm just a realist.
You're
and the last 2 Group 2 wins would suggest she's got a big task ahead of her, but she's got a bit to do, but she can do it.
Linebacker who trialled the house down against Kane Rising the other day, V. Sabaj, who's this Like, you boys would be in love with Sabaj because he's a South Australian galloper.
We've been on the whole way, Mitchie, haven't we?
What, Sabaj? You think he's bloody the next... You think he's the next saintly Sabaj?
This is too big, though, Mitch, surely.
Yeah, no, I think he's a good horse, G, and he's got some good upside. But, I think he's up against it in this, to be honest. I would have thought 1,300 metres first time. I don't know. In his lightly raced career, I thought he was sort of edging to 1,400, 1,600 as his sort of max. And I could be wrong. I'm obviously not a trainer, but like last prep, he lost to Gala Queen. So, yeah, I think he's a good horse on the making. He'll improve off what he does here, but I'm with Linebacker first up with just that extra side of fitness.
I'm with Linebacker too. Hello to Sprouter and the team I own this horse. They say, Gareth, you're always disrespectful to Linebacker. Well,
agree.
I'm with Linebacker on Saturday.
I'm with Linebacker here. Sabaj was Mitch in my best yesterday.
Yeah.
And didn't get a run.
I wasn't going to go there anyway.
Yeah.
They went a scratch.
Yep. And then goes here, but it's got it up ahead of it. Yeah. Linebacker clearly. Don't rule out a couple of others in here that have gone pretty well their last few. There's like Lord Penman. Imperial Force is not the worst horse, but be with Linebacker head-to-head quite comfortably.
Yeah. Sydney is the equivalent of 2020 cricket gimmicks and money, while Melbourne is the test where you need true skills and prestige. That's from Alex.
Well, no, Alex.
With Karting Rising going 107.5, 107.8 average, and the Everest fastest time being 107.32, it's difficult because Sha Tin Miles could go probably 8.9 seconds at Sha Tin over 100 metres. It's beat Usain
You
Bolt.
can't compare times.
No.
Comparing times on different decks doesn't work.
No. How quick do you reckon you could go at Sha Tin? Because you're a 100-metre sprinter, were you?
No, mate, I was not.
Yeah.
Sha Tin is a beautiful racetrack.
Yeah.
And if you haven't been there, I suggest you go.
How quick were you over 100?
I broke 12.
Miles, every time G-Man goes on about Pride of Jenny Love Festival, I can't help but think of that South Park meme of the guy in front of his computer. I haven't seen that. I don't know if I read that out.
Yeah, that's Stan Marsh's
Oh,
dad.
yeah.
Yeah, we might leave that one alone.
Hi, Gareth. I'm all over Lady Shenandoah for the Everest and really like clear thinking. In the Cozzy, thoughts on those horses there? That's from Winkers.
Well, quick one in the Cozzy.
Have you got one?
I just want to mention this. There's a horse here, I think, that you can play each way all day, and that's Compelling Truth.
We've been all over this horse for a while.
Go back to the run behind Angel Capital at Moonee Valley of it.
Yeah.
Wowee. Then goes to Ramwick, 6.5 off Jolly Star and Briasa, and rocks up here against a 10-year-old first up in front page, where I don't think leaders will be on. Hippo in great form, $8.260 with Bet365.
Gareth, is the disruptor V'landys paying you to talk about the Everest? I get a lot of those text messages on this show. Like, don't you want me to talk about the Everest?
No, Gareth would love to be paid to talk about the Everest.
Yeah, 100%.
So I guarantee you he's not.
Same. If anyone's listening, same.
Yeah, Peter, we're available.
Jimmy was only getting to Briasa at the end of 1,200. Jolly ripped past Briasa over 1,100. Jolly is prime. I reckon Marcus makes a good point there, Miles.
Jolly Star, I think's the next pick. Yeah. Well and truly, I got around $3.50 for Jimmy Star to place. And not in a big way. I just had one little bet and I'll watch a really, really good race, but I don't think it's a good money-making opportunity, the race in general.
Time for a break. We'll come back and we'll have a look at Caulfield on Caulfield Cup Day. Don't go anywhere. This is the Form Lounge.
Sport and racing aren't meant to stand still. At Bet Deluxe, we bring the deluxe moments to life. Our premium betting experience lets you enjoy every moment across every sport and every race. And this Saturday and Sunday, enjoy bonus back up to third on all races at selected tracks. Plus, enjoy racing bonus back tokens every single day. Deluxe your spring with Bet Deluxe.
What's gambling really costing you? For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
Boom. The Super Value range has arrived at National Tiles. Travertine, marble and stone
stone look tiles from just $19.95 per square metre with a lifetime guarantee. Shop in-store or online now at nationaltiles.com.au. Winning Post is Australia's greatest selling racing paper. On sale nationally from the crack of dawn every Friday. Featuring comprehensive lift-out form guides for Friday, Saturday and Sunday meetings. And the hugely popular white race rating for all races. And great yarns and feature articles make it great value too, at just $7. Pick up Australia's favourite racing newspaper from your local news agents or download the form from winningpost.com.au.
There's only one place to get the full rundown of a big Saturday of racing.
Been through a lot this horse, Globe, to get back to this level.
It was, big birthday for Globe.
Catch the verdict every Sunday morning on racing.com.
Live across the SEN track and RSN networks. And broadcasting live on racing.com. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. This is the Form Lounge. Miley, you were just telling me off air you've been in red hot form, from 7.
Yeah, we've had a good day. I taught some coin yesterday on Wednesday track, though, because we could only bet in certain parameters. But I was out of form for a long time. Decided to give myself an uppercut and have a couple of long
Went
nights.
back to the drawing board.
Back to the drawing board, and then the wheel has turned. So away we go.
Half yours v Maidan in the Caulfield Cup.
Mitch, do you want this first?
Go, Mitchy boy. Take it away, the boy from Mount Gambier.
Yeah, I tried to take on half yours a couple of times, kept coming back to him. I just think he gets in super at the weights here. They discussed, or Jamie said she wanted an inside barrier. He gets that. This has been a long-term plan for the horse. I just think where he comes in the weights, how he's going now, and his race shape, he's going to be hard to beat. Do you want to go? Some might not want to go as low as he's floating around that 280 mark now in a big race like this. So I'm going to have a couple savers at some bigger odds horses. But, yeah, I'll keep coming back to him as my main play. I think he's going to be hard to beat.
As Gator pointed out this morning, the only concern for half yours at that price in a big field in the Caulfield Cup is at Gate 2, Jamie's going to get a lovely run, but she will need luck at some stage.
Well, you can't have horses fold up on her.
Correct. It won't be. It's not necessarily going to be her fault. It's just that draw where you're going to be amongst other horses.
I think the horse needed that draw anyway and got it.
Yep.
Do I think it's clearly the on-top selection? The way the horse profile's running in, the run in the Turnbull was elite, like really, really good. I think you're getting prices about some horses that can contend. We've got a futures one on Birdman. It's probably not going well enough now, but Vauban and Middle Earth, those two are just starting to do now what I want to see them doing. Seasoned, rock hard. I think they're probably the overs. If you say half yours v Maidan, I'm all in the half yours camp.
Correct.
Completely. In the race, I think half yours will probably win with any luck. But I think Vauban and Middle Earth, you're getting very good prices about.
Maidan's an interesting one because if you ask, like we had Ed Crisford on this show on the record saying that this horse has got as much ability as West Wind Blows and even Without a Fight when they took him out for the Cup that year. We all know what Without a Fight did, and West Wind Blows was stiff not to win a big race in this country. But then you ask people like Will Bourne yesterday on this show and a few other form experts saying that Will's basically the only one that says this, that this horse should be 20-1 and it's got nowhere near the ability of West Wind Blows. So that's from a person who watches these races, looks at the ratings, well, his ratings anyway. He would have an association, I reckon, with a Jamie Spencer that might give him some information back. So
your mate.
Yeah, it's the different opinions. But then you've got Andrew Hawkins and even our man Adam Blenko on a Tuesday with his rating saying that Maidan was the horse that was over the odds.
I think that, like, if you look back, I think it was 4th and 7th, both in an arc, and it does have some form in the Group 3 listed races there overseas. Andrea Odsini comes in as well. I'm a big query sometimes now on these internationals, especially first run in, and then international hoop. If it wins sort of without me. Yeah. So I'm pretty happy to take Maidan on.
Do you know there's a horse out there that I reckon's gone under the radar a little bit. He's drawn gate 1, which is going to be a little bit tricky for Benny Allen.
Yeah, I'm with you, G. He was one of my roughies.
Yeah, talking to people in Ireland, they reckon Absurd's a better 2,400 metre horse than he is over 2 miles.
Well, the draw hurts, though.
What price is he with Bet365? I think he's $30.
He's going to be at least $30.
He'd be going in my quaddie, Mitchie.
Yeah, I like him. He's going along as well as he was before he came out before, and I've got him just as over the odds, that's all. I thought he was a huge price compared to some of the sort of ratings and stuff he'd been doing recently back in the UK. So we've seen him come out here before and get smashed in markets. I'll be fascinated to see if something happens again Saturday morning. So, yeah, I just thought he was a huge price. He might run into the mounting yard and catch up with his old mate Vauban. That'd be good for him to see each other.
I think the draw...
Disappointing the last 2 years together.
Yeah, exactly right. The draw's the thing that hurts that horse from 1.
Yeah.
It'd take one of the all-time steers. I think if you've got, say, 2 horses that are closer in the market, like Land Legend and Absurd, one's 1 and one's 15, at a similar price, I'd be leaning towards Land Legend than I would be Absurd.
Okay.
But you're not knocking it. I think the one that people might be... I'll leave that.
Okay.
I'll stay with Middle Earth and Vauban for me.
Ooh.
Scott wants to know about Royal Supremacy. I think he's a great each-way chance, and Kieran said that this morning here on Giddy Up Stable Mail. Now, what about this 3-year-old race, the Gothic? You've got Raging Force, who Peter Snowden says he can bounce back after that disappointing run in Sydney, taking on Tentaris, who many say could be the horse to beat in the Coolmore here, Miles.
Tentaris will be your Coolmore red-hot favourite after Saturday. This is the best bet of the day.
No, it won't be red-hot favourite.
This is the best bet of the
Have
day.
you heard of a horse called Biwact?
Yeah. The 3 best horses that are going to go to that are the 3 of the Godolphins, Tentaris, Tempted and Baywalk. I am in love with this horse.
Yes.
Was in love as a 2-year-old. We saw the drift late when we were on track, and the camp was saying that there might be sort of runs to come, and probably ran above expectation. There's so much more to come here. This is the best bet of the day at Caulfield. Tentaris, race 4, number 2.
Yeah, I've got it winning the race. I think having a look at the last starts, it's got the improvement to give rising in trip. So was making good ground late with McGaw. I sort of had Tentaris from McGaw, then Raging Force. So if we're going head-to-head, Tentaris versus Raging Force, I'm in the Tentaris camp. I just think second up in trip now suits. I'm sweating a little bit more on the Coolmore, not as keen as Miles, but I think he can win here.
I like this text message I just sent to Will Bourne. Will Bourne also said Kings Valley would win the first race yesterday. Sunshine in My Pocket wins the last, and sent to Cavati was better than Regal Award. It wasn't his great day on the tip yesterday, Will Bourne, but he had been tipping pretty well before that. Miles, what's your best bet? If I gave you $100, what are you doing with it this weekend?
I think because someone will want me to have a play in a bigger race, so we leave the Caulfield Cup and the Everest alone. I'll have 10 each way for Rivia in the 1,000 guineas, please.
That's interesting.
Yep, because we take on Apocalyptic Sydney horse first go the other way. And
she's very good, Miles.
I know she's good.
Very, very good.
I know she's good, and if you get beaten by them, you have to cop that. The horse will start $1.70, $1.80 probably.
Frivia's been up longer than you, and that's a long time
and we've
these
been
days.
on the whole way. It's a horse. And then I'm having 80 the win, Tentaris. 10 each way for Rivia and 80 the win, Tentaris.
Mitchie?
I'm just going to go $100 in race 3G on horse number 3, Just a Journey. He gets a soft race map here, Blake Shin on. The horse will be ridden positively. I think it'll lead all of the way, prove hard to catch.
All right, then. Is that all? Anything in Adelaide?
Oh, maybe.
Well, that's the most confident one. Adelaide's mixing. Miles has got a running double, not a running double, but a double in ownership. He's flying.
Yeah, might not be in Adelaide from what I'm hearing in the last 20 minutes.
Okay.
Mitchie?
Anyways.
Okay, I had a look at Horsham.
There is one in Adelaide nice and early, though.
Don't you love how you boys have conversations that no one knows what you're talking about whatsoever?
Well, we might have 2 horses running on the weekend.
It's not strange for this show, though, is
race
it?
Race 1, number 2, Harmonic Dancer for the Stokes Yard.
Yep.
Forgive its first up run. It got smashed on debut.
Yep.
A little bit went wrong. You'll see it first up here in a really weak 66. That's the best bet at Morfordville for mine.
The race that I'll play in this weekend, I'll have Pride of Jenny, of course.
And
I'll save on Charles Wolf and a little bit on Tom Kitten.
If Charles Wolf wins the King Charles,
Yes.
I'll nearly do this show without clothes on next week.
Yeah. We bloody don't want that. So
boy.
Come on. He hasn't been the same horse. He's a star.
Yeah, but if he gets that setup that he did last year when he beat Pride of Jenny, I reckon he's worth a play. Because either one of those two, I reckon, will win with the way that the race will either go Pride of Jenny's way or it'll be set up for a Char Wolf or a Tom Kinnon. And I reckon you can back one in the Victoria Cup, a horse called Kingman. About $6 there to beat Leap to Fame. In the trots on Saturday night.
We're taking on Leap to Fame?
Yeah, we are.
Because it drew 8 again.
Yeah, but he was probably a little bit disappointing last week, the champ.
I think that's good for harness racing. I know that mightn't sound good.
No.
But what's really good for harness racing is Leap to Fame going under.
You've got your futures show right now.
In a minute.
On SEN Track. Good on you, Mitchie.
Thanks, boys. Good luck. I'll chat to you over the weekend.
Thanks for joining us on racing.com. John Henry will join you now on RSN, and then Miles Fitzer and Mickey Gannon to take you through their futures show from 12 to 1, and then Mickey Gannon and Travis Noonan on SEN Track this afternoon. Have a great day. Thanks for your company on Giddy Up. All thanks to Bet365, and I'll catch you again tomorrow morning from 8 o'clock.
I punt with Ladbrokes because it's fast. Even faster than a race caller talks.
And it's Machacho coming around the outside with Little Lassie a length behind. Cheeseburger with spicy sauce on the side. Hold the onions, double the pickles. I'll get some large fries. May you live a long and happy life together.
Ladbrokes has levelled up so you can find, place and track bets with them faster than ever before.
Oh, you good thing. Oh, you good thing. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
When you buy Australian-made, you're choosing more than a product. You're supporting a stronger economy and creating local jobs. You're helping Australian families and communities thrive now and into the future. With every purchase, you support local workers, manufacturers and growers who produce world-class products renowned for their quality, safety and reliability. So look for the logo the nation trusts and buy Australian.
Real action, real people, real close. Saturday, November 1 in Mount Witchy-Proof is as real as it gets at the Elders Mount Witchy-Proof Cup Derby Day in the country. It's a day you don't want to miss. It's real social with real down-to-earth vibes, live entertainment, kids' activities and fantastic hospitality options. As real as it gets in Mount Witchy-Proof, Saturday, November 1. Book real soon at country.racing.com/Mount-Witchy-Proof.
My team, Nathan Doyle, are lucky enough to team up with Blue Blood Thoroughbreds in their most recent purchase, a lovely Hellbent colt from the Magic Millions Adelaide sales. Hellbent's doing an absolutely terrific job. Group 1 winners, stakes winners everywhere, and I feel his best props are yet to come in the coming years. So look forward to training this fella. I think he's sharp, early, with the scope to train on as a 3-year-old. So if you'd like to get involved, get in contact with the team at Blue Blood Thoroughbreds.
Standing world record holder in the 200-metre freestyle. After taking an extended break following last year's Paris Olympics, she says now feels like the right time to walk away.
More than anything, I'm excited for what's next. I'm excited that I now have this opportunity